Can you hear me? Hello? Good things are happening. I cannot hear you.
Different.
Hello, I am on Zoom. I am an attorney presenting from Denver. Very interesting information.
I can't hear, I can't hear me.
Hello, testing.
Yep.
Test, 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 1, 2.
Yeah, I find more slack. You can hear me? Yeah, that had the best reviews and said that it was picked up, 20-foot radius. A little, all right. Test. See this thing, this camera has its own microphone.
Like, is there a way to turn it off?
That's what I was trying to like the actual live. Oh wait, can we use that camera?
It's not gonna do the same thing.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
But it doesn't show. I don't think that
It's
there's.
because we need to be able to see the slide decks.
Let's test your.
It's a better angle.
So this guy's like,
What's that coming
there's two microphones.
I'm just gonna mute the third speaker.
I just unplugged it temporarily.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, these
Logitech,
cameras are like
yeah.
720.
It doesn't give you a choice.
Doesn't give it,
I mean, all you have to do is turn off the audio though.
yeah. Let's see.
Which is so scary.
I was saying, yeah.
But
There is like a Logitech tool. You can try that.
I have it pinned to the
Sync
taskbar.
right there.
Yeah, same thing.
There's a way to turn off the mic there.
If not, I can go grab my webcam from my desk if we need it. Well, oh, Joe, this is good stuff.
Yeah, so close.
I know, it's insane, but it's good things are happening.
Put on the pull down on Meetup. That's just updates.
That'll probably break it. Camera not found. Yeah, that's typically what happens.
But go into the meeting itself.
Oh, and Zoom itself?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good idea, yeah. Where is it? Oh, right here, this guy.
Hannah, do
Yeah.
you wanna call votes tonight, or do you want me to continue to do that?
You wanna call votes for this meeting and I'll do it.
Where is it?
It's over
And
here.
I'll run cameras and.
Oh, there we go, yeah, I was like,
Whatever, I just don't wanna throw.
And then
too
go
much
into
at
audio.
it.
Yes, and that's why I appreciate. Next
Audio
this one I'll
settings.
concentrate on like,
AV stuff.
AV and like,
so that's
scripts.
global mute. And then where's the
The
mic?
microphone is down here.
Scary. I was like, I know you have a placard. Or not a placard. What color?
Still,
It's weird that it doesn't allow you to just.
Just turn
What
it
if, what
off.
if, what if
yeah.
you just exit out?
Okay, answer. I'm sorry. All right, good to know. Oh, really? Okay, fair enough. Remember that. Okay. Okay. Four. And me for it.
Thank you though for helping all this.
No. It's easy. Dad, watch your step here. There is still.
Quick test, Joe.
Test.
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Joe?
The kids are pretty good.
Test.
The lumps. Oh.
I can hear you, Joe. Can you hear me?
You know,
Plus, we start to
so
get-
it's, yeah, where just my impression for her is like, well, what more do we need
No,
to
they're
do?
not, I can talk to, I can talk to, not one of the talks to Kyle and myself about to. Kelly does, Kelly.
Can you hit unmute speakers for me?
Kyle,
That'll make it a test person.
Yes, because that's who they're talking to.
Yeah. That's fine.
Including the business.
That's fine, but,
Testing.
or it's.
Hey, all right.
Okay, like, how do we?
Can you hear me right from here? Hi, hello.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
If.
Oh, yeah.
Like 10.
You know, it seems.
There's no feedback right now.
No.
background now.
Well.
I feel like it's like. Right. Welcome.
Problem is.
Speaker is the first time. You gotta say it.
Call me.
I'll call it.
$400 gamble paid off.
$400 gamble.
Yep.
Until that, it's like, you know what, you need a-
Oh, no, I mean, they have him. So now it's going to the civic club. Parking where we have.
Yeah.
Now, we're fully integrated into civic plus.
Exactly.
You know, they have that's our.
No,
Just be one that would only not just period class, the base regularly.
Well, I got you classes. Are those words? Like, did you do
No,
I have new
other part.
classes. You read everything? I'm not feeling ready to cross it.
We have.
You talk so far.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, I don't think it is either.
Science.
That's extent of television.
People,
they're not deep
Or
water.
they are coming to television.
This is what.
Now they'll come
That's
in and
what
over.
they say on the.
But it's like the paper.
I just essentially love.
It's just first session used to be sure. But it's that's now it's integrated.
That's exciting.
Yes.
That's what the easiest job for that civic class, can't see the slide deck, but they have that noted and you make multiple ways, the website, and everything.
So
That-
You got.
It
Always
was
a
a
game.
parallel, right, by the.
Yeah.
I can't do
Now we
anything.
gotta work together.
Right.
So, at least, you know, if you
I mean,
have questions, we'll say, they're like, oh, you send PowerPoint. Okay, here's the YouTube recording, go here, link, you know, that's totally doable.
Okay.
What only suit for that is in the system, this civic process, I don't recognize. It just doesn't. Unless there's something else that I don't, that I reserve the right to do.
But I would say we need a social now because we lost. Right? Like,
Yeah, the last one down across the street.
Cause you don't wanna settle for just a.
If you're gonna redo it. Have you ever seen it just go easy eyes, like zoom into like. It's like up here, it's down.
Well, people that do it, right? Yeah.
Let's see.
So that's.
That was good. And then-
Yeah.
Yes.
So they're already potential. That's the thing is, it's like.
Right.
We could ask.
Just. It's gonna stink to have to unfill that every time, but what I'm gonna do is half an hour.
Well, but if you're having.
Have to
Rules
do
right,
that.
right. How can we? Approach something different?
I'm pretty good at that. You just watch for the, oh, you're big here, man. How is this?
What is?
Well, that's what I'll ask you. Yeah.
Yeah. I just come in and,
Hold down.
yeah.
Well,
Very
great.
Yes, because right now,
That's how it starts.
oh, yeah, man. Believe me, I know that. I'm very.
Yeah.
More than pain in the ass, you might think, right? Especially like, it's like that one.
There are, I manage, I have a circuit that's doing something green on the GFCI.
Still use this how.
Well, I'm not replacing the normal circuit to the GFCI, replace the GFCI with one system. I wrote that to break. I can see that this GFCI is going to last when those lines. So what I actually see, there's just a plain old outlet, it's out of double base and thick. And I put a, like, in there and tested it, sure enough, this is here.
Yeah.
But I ordered some.
At least. Yeah, she was.
So I gotta, and of course I had to leave it. I gotta go back into it. I must have been talking about craving vitamins. I must have shorted. Something in order to show me that is there's not.
Yeah, there's something making it happen.
That's the kind of stuff.
Because you know, it's one.
That's what I'm saying. That's very. What I'm doing. Are you, hired?
Yeah. Well, let me, really surprised. Stop. Keep open mind. Yeah, I think my job and, that's why we do a lot of work.
So.
Are you going over?
The wife is demanding.
Yeah.
I generally do that. It's fun to solve problems. Very fun.
I don't know.
So kidding.
Exactly right.
Guess it talks about something totally different.
I know, I was like, where am I? Talking about this. It's just me. Just you too. Only me, no friends.
No friends today?
The day when
No day.
I bet you did. I bet you did. But you can,
He got right there, horses.
Kitty. Come on, be nice.
There you go.
Regular Tuesday.
Yes.
No, it should be colder.
You know what? It still feels cold though. It's not cold, but well, man, colder than 50 degrees. Everybody's walking to school. It's gonna live those 30.
Yes.
Oh, it is.
It does.
I did this because they.
That's true.
Does, it's not.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
Like. Really good.
My favorite.
You're like.
Oh, super good seats.
Oh,
Just for like what we asked. Just because you have.
Well, thanks, because I actually took it. Don't let me sneak popcorn.
No.
Do it.
You know where I stand now?
I'm like, now. Stuck in my-
Oh, so it's not like a resolution.
No, I love it. Then it's town council the whole night. I'm
I
like,
never did.
So they can know the holidays. Holidays were
That
great
you,
to Kansas City. Yeah, and then
Yeah, I tried to cement it.
Hi, Robin.
It was
Good. What's up, Dan? Is he being around?
Tomorrow.
Oh, you mean? He wasn't so mad and late.
No, I figured I'd give you extra.
Could I take it all the time?
Sounds exciting.
Yeah.
I was late. I was late yesterday.
Wow.
I wanted to blame it on you.
I don't care.
But that's just.
One, even that.
Why didn't they get it with the flag?
Literally.
Float any further to the water.
Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Yeah.
Do their body so separate channels, you know, so I have a record and all of that.
Really?
It's not that they're selling stuff.
No, they're actually good on marketing. They're doing fine on it, very fine. Like, I sense different. That's like a whole thing of what I felt it, you know, but yeah, I felt anything sad. I was like,
Oh, perfect. It's just three minutes extra one. So it's, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I did. It was just a question. Down Cemetery Road? Yeah, who even knew?
Yeah, and then fall for it. Right to the left, Robin.
Sorry, that song, what's it called?
Is it one of our girls?
Last year it was, but now he likes it.
Just to listen.
Yes. What, AYPT?
Yeah.
Something like that.
AP.
APT.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, like singers.
Should.
Like,
I have this.
Unless something else shows up.
It could be like a.
We might.
When you're like, I used to Bob, very interesting.
I have fine, which is like. I can see if I want to get that.
They might have like, you know, like a baseball team, like the baseball player comes up and then they're like, every song, so like you're walking the top down, you like, now make sure you say. And it's like, that, like, yeah. Not waiting, every time I go waiting. That's great. Like, real good.
Our time.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Didn't I text you?
Silence all of your.
Okay, we all good? Very good. All right, welcome to the January 13th work session. We're gonna start it off with the base camp covenant amendment proposal. And we have Elena House to talk us through this one. So please, Elena, why don't you take it away? I assume you know everybody.
So it's good to see you. Happy New Year. You're all doing well. But Katie did a really great job on the staff report with talking through the timeline, history of this center. There's a lot of history on the center. Starting with the purchase of the property and the original covenant that was set up for the site. But overall, I'm not going to dive deep into that history because I think it'd be more important for the purpose of this to, since this is a work session, to walk through the overarching goals for what we want to accomplish and have a more in-depth conversation with council. I know you have quite a few things on your agenda this evening, both in work session and then later on in your bigger agenda with the park, everything. So our main goal today is to talk about Pad 5 and the wellness building. And we want to continue to build on the center's vitality by encouraging additional residential mixed use. Development is a really important thing for the future of the Gateway District as a whole. That's part of the comprehensive plan. That's also something that's incredibly supported with transit-oriented development, which is adjacent to this site. And we've had some vacant property here for a period of time. And so today's discussion is really to talk about how to create some potential better utilization of this property at this time. We also would like to have any of council's input and direction tonight, given the changes that are going to happen to this neighborhood as a whole with the interchange. You had this on your agenda the other day, and this neighborhood is going to see quite a few impacts from that upcoming construction, and Base Camp Center is certainly going to feel quite a bit of that with Lusher, Meadow Creek Drive, and our access. So as part of the conversation, we welcome any input about Base Camp and our continued vitality at the site throughout your comments and feedback. The site is 9.4 acres approximately. There are 5 pads, if you will, and the one highlighted in red is, Pad 4. So we're talking about Pad 5 was the previous one that had the covenant change. Just to the left side of the page is like 70, and then the wetlands kind of wrap the left corner. Pad 1 is Whole Foods, Base Camp Liquors and Epic. Pad 3 is Outer Range and Mountain Dweller. Just outside of our property, that adjacent residential is the Base Camp Lawson Studios. That's outside of the project. But that is one of the most current construction projects that you've seen in the area. And then Pad 2 is Pure Kitchen and The Collective. And then Pad 5 is that existing Base Camp shops and residences. And then also off property next to us is the Bus Transit Center. And then further on Meadow Drive. And then also our lovely park to the south of us, which has seen quite a bit more activity. One of the things that is great about the center, because we all hang out there, I think we all do, it does have some great aesthetics with how the buildings are set up with the pedestrian colonnades. Even though it has some larger commercial buildings, it does have some nice architectural aesthetics. So the proposal would maintain that architectural character. And it also maintains that the whole thing is really set up on a view shed towards the 10-mile range. So if you haven't had coffee at Mountain Dweller in the morning and set up stairs, that's a really nice thing to do. And again, I mean, I think that with that upcoming construction project with Meadow Drive, that's definitely something that's going to have some impacts to the neighborhood and how we're getting into the property as a whole. a little bit of history of the covenant. The property was purchased from the town in 2013, and there was a lot of covenant materials in your packet about how the property is continually paid for and paid into the town. One of the unique things about the center is that it has a really strong mix of both national and local tenants. That is a really great thing, and the comp plan talks a lot about how it's very complementary to Main Street, doesn't take away from Main Street, it's really more of a very different kind of place. When the covenant was established, because this was a brand new commercial development, and how taxes are set up in Colorado, that covenant intent, and when we think about why you change things, you always want to go back to intent, and the intent was really set up so that the focus of this development was to generate sales tax and to make sure that the property was generating tax revenue first, and that you weren't coming in and trying to do all this residential development on the site. And so, you know, to that end, we wanted to point out that Base Camp currently generates about 17% of the town's sales tax space, even with about 8,000 square feet vacant, and Katie points that out in the staff report as well. That, you know, because this is vacant and because a lot of this building itself as a wellness building is geared toward medical office, the tax implications are not very significant with the change in use to residential. It's also, you know, a mix of uses is a pretty important factor. And, you know, when this became vacant, it was intended, this has multiple owners, Stedman is an owner. There's a lot of history in terms of why this is still vacant. Kaiser Permanente was intended to be the tenant. There's a lot of medical history. I'm not the right person to talk to you about that, but they closed their mountain offices in 2020. This had been built out for medical office. And then, as you are well aware, multiple other medical office has come into the market with, you know, the medical office building in Frisco by the middle school, and then Vail Health also came into Dillon. So the intended use for this was most certainly geared toward medical office. We have quite a bit of medical office in these. And there's been a lot less leasing of office as a whole since 2020. And so since it's been vacant at this time, and the Base Camp shops and residents have been successful, and additional residential on the other lots and studios has been successful, the idea for the combined ownership for this site was to bring this up to council as an option to consider residential on this site as well.
On the pad 4 there with the loss, is that still Howard Head down there or something?
Yeah.
So that's really not producing much tax revenue either?
No.
No, yeah, because it's medical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a great use to have below residential.
Yeah.
Because it's not something that is smelly
Mhm.
or loud at night
Mhm.
or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Things that create nuisances for tenants above. There's also in the covenant limits on the different types of tenants that can be in the center as a whole in the first original covenant. So I think that, you know, in general land use planning, we always like what's appropriate on the first floor versus what's appropriate on the second floor. And, you know, ideally you have some more activated things on the ground level. But, you know, we have restaurants already in the area, we have good retail, we have grocery anchor.
We had the dog food store in there too that could.
Yeah, but
That was in this building, huh?
it is on the other end.
Yeah, but it was in this building now.
Yeah. But we are lucky if we already have a dog food store and a new pet supply.
Yeah. That's
So-
right under.
So yeah, it's all about finding the right uses for the right spaces, but it's just not been leased to date. And it's been several years. These are excerpts from the new comprehensive plan 2025. straight from the Gateway District. Residential units such as apartments, condos, live work units with a focus on market rate and affordable housing options, encouraging TODs, encouraging live, work, and recreation, and free market projects to include a minimum of 15 to 25% of the units as affordable to support inclusion in larger projects. And with this proposal, Base Camp would maintain 54% of the total units within the project as affordable or deed restricted. So although we're not proposing any of these 10 units to be additionally deed restricted, because the first 19 are, the total would be 54% for the overall project. I know it'll come up, so I'm gonna give you the numbers
No,
and
no,
what's in
no.
the comp plan.
No, I know. Appreciate it.
That's what the comp plan says.
Yep.
I can hand
I read
it,
it.
I
No,
can
no,
hand
no.
it to you if you. So on the mixed use housing, this is the picture of what the Base Camp shops and residences look like. I did want to point out that we have been to the DRC just to ensure that the site could be developed with the housing on the property in terms of utilities, so that we weren't coming to talk to council about a change in the covenant without knowing that we could actually do the project. So we have gotten confirmation on the utility side of things from fire, from sewer, water, and everybody. We had a pretty minimal comments on that front from the DRC. It was pretty favorable. So just so you're aware of that. From the Gateway Zoning District perspective, the Gateway Zone District, it's kind of an interesting district in that like all of Prospect Point is in the Gateway Zone District, which is 100% residential, but multifamily is a conditional use. So I've always thought the Gateway Zone District is just really funny because it's a conditional use, but there's a lot of fully residential stuff in it. So we would have to go through a conditional use permit, which we're aware of, but if you do residential, it is 16 units per acre max. There's a chart there that you can see. So within the property, the Base Camp shops and residences has 25 units. We're proposing 10 additional units. So the entire Base Camp project would have 35 units in it. 19 of the units at Base Camp are already deed restricted. So we are proposing 10 more. So our total density on the 9.4 acres is 4 units per acre. So we are well below the 16 units per acre as a whole that's permitted within the Gateway Zone District. Like I said, it still has to go through a conditional use approval because it's in that zone district. So that is something besides the covenant that would still have to go through all the additional processes, not only with council, but also with planning commission. The 10 units are proposed as a similar type of architectural, continuing to go with the micro condo. I would point out in the comprehensive plan, it also in this area continues to have a mix of uses, and in this, because it's a modification of an existing structure, a micro condo continues to be the best use for a modification to best utilize that existing structure and to keep its architecture intact. We also are just wanting to make sure that there is a continued use of some allowance for retail commercial on the frontage. So within the structure itself, in this frontage here where my mouse is, we would continue to have retail spaces for lease. We are proposing 2 units be on the ground floor, so there'd be 8 on top, and we still have to get through all architecture. So this is another question for council. We are proposing 2 units that would be on the ground level, but that does help us to provide some more accessibility for those units. And so there is no elevator in the structure at this time. It is stair access only, which is in this central location.
Oh, they have no elevator in town.
I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, they don't.
You know,
I don't think there's an elevator in this.
I was in there when Stedman opened. I thought there was one, but no. So you're looking at, you're just looking at the right side of the building, so the left side, the 8 units are the whole
It is
top,
right here.
just that.
It's just this, I have this one over here.
So it's not the whole top.
It's not the whole top, no, it's only this piece. Right, this whole thing is all leased.
That's all these.
This is the only thing that's not leased.
Okay.
A couple other items regarding having some additional units that are market rate within this complex. You know, I know you've been talking about spending a lot of time on deed restrictions as a council. Because the units are smaller, they are inherently a little bit more affordable, so it's easier to get in at a market rate price. That is something that's good to have within the community. Having more people on the ground is good for the center as a whole. And then from a bigger picture, there are 19 units that are deed restricted in the center. Base Camp Lofts and Studios, which like I said, is not a part of this project, but did just do some deed restricted units across the street, and Alpine Inn has also been converted from lodging to housing. And so we are also losing some hotbeds in this area, whether or not they're hot or not, but some form of units that could be occupied in some other way, even though you have a very long waiting list for any kind of other kind of short-term rental at this time. But just some considerations for market rate, you know, when we're thinking about a full spectrum of housing, there are some other things happening in this neighborhood for consideration. And I did also want to point out that within the Gateway District, you can use the density bonus. And so the density bonus is allowed as a provision within the Gateway Zone District, but that's on top of 16 units per acre. And at this time, we're proposing, you know, this would be 4 units per acre. So just some things to think about, you know, like overall for, you know, why we might consider it. And, you know, that's why I don't want to give too long of a presentation, because I think it's more important to hear from all of you and get your guidance on talking about this, because, you know, this is an important neighborhood in the town of Frisco. It's going to continue to see a lot of transitions. We hope it does. There are a lot of areas in the Gateway District that will have more infill, will see more opportunity, and you know, it'd be great for us to see more projects bring more life into this area of town. And so I welcome any of your questions and all of your input, and just appreciate all of your oh, there is an elevator. Never mind.
Where?
I'm wrong.
I think so, if it's
I never used it.
center.
Yeah.
No, right there, right
Wrong. There
Or
is.
like a better
Yeah, as soon as you walk
I walk
in,
inside that other tech, there's no,
Well, now you know, if you were on crutches,
walking like a sucker.
I'm really, there is an elevator. I don't think, yeah, so, anyway, I don't know, Katie, if I got anything wrong or sad, but yeah, welcome to have questions. And
So I thought it was the whole,
no,
for some reason I thought it was the whole top.
it's only here,
So iTech is just renting, they have a lease,
correct?
they don't own it. Who
No.
owns that space? Is it Stedman that owns?
It's on the front of, I will read it, it is, Green Gray X LLC has the covenant. Pad 4, is the 10 Mile Holdings LLC. Wellness Building is owned by 10 Mile Holdings LLC members consisting of Stedman Clinic doctors, Dr. Mark Philippone as managing partner, and Green Gray X LLC.
Cause I thought it was, you know, like, so now we're kind of setting precedent in that building, so if the iTech goes out, what stops them from trying, hey,
They don't own the building.
no, but not iTech doing it, Stedman doing
Oh.
that side too, you know?
Well,
Because the precedent said that we're
Right.
doing the upstairs on one side, now the upstairs on the other side, that you're just gonna go to residential, maybe.
Well,
who
the
knows?
last time you did the covenant, you made it very specific to the location, the total number of units and where they could be located. An exact square footage.
What is the core drive of this? So the commercial spaces have not been rented.
Correct.
They could be rented, it's the price for everything, right? So I suspect if the rent went down, interest might appear as development considered that to actually try and get them rented? I mean, really made a good faith effort to look at the market, what could go in there to get that commercial. Because right off the bat, I'd rather have commercial. Just right off the bat, I'd rather have some attempt at sales tax than new residences. And, you know, it seems to me too, at 300 square feet, I appreciate the point that these will automatically come in a little cheaper. But that's also a hotel room, and that's clearly what they're being designed for, is that type of person is gonna buy that, it seems to me, and then rent it out or want to rent it out. So I don't know, what's your view on all that? Basically, what is the core reason to move towards the development? Is this for the company to just find a new way to bring in some revenue? To make a profit, which I do not have a problem with? Or are they just tired of not having commercial renters or trying to find commercial renters? Or to Kibby's point, is there a longer term goal here?
I'd say that over the past 5 years, they have made diligent efforts to lease the space. I cannot comment on the actual the cost of rents. The upper level would not make a good commercial space. It would need to be either office or medical office. Typically, you're not gonna have commercial that's generating sales tax on a second level. And so regardless, the second level space, I think, has been very challenged to lease up. So I mean, I think that there are definitely differences between second floor and first floor uses. So that's what I would say on the rents, and nobody wants to leave a property vacant for an extended period of time. Because you're continuing to pay for it to remain vacant. I think on the overarching perspective of having it, I mean, there's a lot of really established tenants in this building, and it's not the intent of, you know, either of those other, I mean, Stedman's an owner of the building, and it's not their intent to vacate out of the building. This was built out for a totally different medical provider. So it's just not been released at this time, and there's not any other building that would, you know, go over to residential, and council would have the control in any of those instances to approve or deny that. So there's no other way for it to happen. I mean, you hold the cards.
Sure.
The covenant ensures that.
Sure.
But having a few additional residential units here, you know, within walking distance to the transit center, eventually you're gonna be able to walk under the highway to get on the rec path in a couple of years. Walk to the grocery store.
Yeah, well, I think
They're all good points.
you know, I think Katie made a good point in that we are, you know, we look at it's hard to really quantify where that would go, sales tax, of any potential sales tax, versus having people in there actually walking across the Whole Foods and giving a sales tax that way, right? Like that's, I get that.
Yeah.
To be clear though, right now, the new development has zero opportunity for any type of deed restriction.
None is being proposed at this time.
They have opportunity, they're just not proposing it.
That's what I mean. I just want to make sure.
What is your input? Yeah, you're asking for input on our proposal, Martin. Yes. Yeah, and I presented the reasons why I think it could be supported, that it's not required per code, or
I just
that
want to
the
make sure I read,
comprehensive
yeah, I just want to
plan
make sure
could
I read
support
your
that. However, we are here for input.
Do you know the mix of what the deed restrictions are in that whole area? Is it all deed restriction light? Or are there some AMI units? Is it some, right?
Right, there is wide variety, and so I think that would have to be something that we would have to get for you if this moves forward and we came back, because there are different ones. There is some information about that in the packet from Katie. And then I know there is even more variety in the one that was to the north. in terms of like, as an example, and correct me if I'm wrong, team. But I'm pretty sure that some of these, as an example, like only have a waterfall clause on them. So like even the market rate ones might have a for 30 days. This is offered to locals only, as an example, even if it's market rate. But it's not restricted, but it still has a waterfall provision.
Right, but the restrictions in that one, I'm not sure if there are, yeah, Katie.
In pad 5, only one unit, the downstairs one, behind by the garages is a true income capped unit. All the rest of them are the covenant restrictions that we call just work requirements, and actually you can work remotely for anywhere. You just have to work in the units counts for that one.
Yeah, no cap.
Correct, no cap and no necessary restriction on where your paycheck comes from.
And then do you know the same thing about the studios, the base camp studios?
A few that we have not received the covenants for, they are required to have a, I think it's a bonus density.
Yeah, it's, I believe it's 4 live work, 4 housing helps and 2 AMI covenants, if my memory serves.
And that's
Not
the,
positive. Chris, 200% AMI. Not good.
Yeah, 200% AMI, and I think there's 4 others.
200. Am I?
100%.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hadn't heard that one before.
So out of the new ones to the north in pad 5, it sounds like there's a total of 3 units that are a capped affordable, how we define affordable.
I gotcha.
Could anyone kind of walk me through the history of the land lease?
Sure.
Is that too much?
The town of the property originally, I believe it had a dedication site, a school dedication site originally, and I think the town obtained it from the school district but that's kind of ancient history. The town held it for a number of years, and 2012, 13 sort of time period, the town entered into a long-term ground lease with Bryn Gray 10. I think that's a Roman numeral 10, maybe it's an X, but I always thought that was a Roman numeral 10, Bryn Gray 10. That lease agreement contained restrictions on the use of the property, right? It was to be a retail, or it was to be a commercial development focused on, high quality retail. The town was to have approval rights over tenants or initial tenants, that sort of thing. Of course, the town knew, or at least everyone was hopeful as to the first initial tenant would be. That was a situation that obtained for something like a year, maybe it was longer, maybe it was 18 months. But at that point, the developer came back to the town, said, I can't get this project financed in what he described as, what the developer described as a sandwich lease. You got me stuck in a sandwich lease. If I recall the terminology at the time. Maybe Elena does, maybe not. At any rate, and argued that he needed the property to be sold to him for development, to the development company for development. The town agreed to do that pursuant to a lengthy agreement that terminated the ground lease agreement and established the sale of the property. In connection with all of that, there were similar initial tenant approval rights on the part of the town, but in place of the use restrictions that had been within the lease came this covenant that essentially set up the requirement that it be a commercial project, that there be retail. It also set up an appendix or an exhibit that listed the prohibited types of commercial uses. So the town was very much acting in its proprietary capacity, its capacity as an owner of property who, as you can now, in amending it, who made decisions about what it thought the town needed and what was best for the town in connection with the use of that property and its sale.
Okay.
And so here you are today, and there's been one amendment to it, as has been referred to allow the residential uses on PAD 5.
In the covenant, there's actually a list of the payments that are owed still and and when those are due.
I'm sorry to do what?
There's payments owed in the covenant.
Well, that's
Yeah.
that's in connection with the sale.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
promissory note
Yeah.
and the deed,
Yeah.
trust taken and the like, but that's outside of the covenant.
Yes,
The covenant just concerns the use of the property. We have a separate financial deal under which it was sold. Payments are made, eventually they'll be able to make payment.
Yeah.
Interest rates on those payments vary depending on whether certain development milestones were met, et cetera. But that's really not here or there to this.
gotcha.
Pretty good interest rates.
Probably.
2.4.
So to be clear, because I wasn't involved in all this when it came up. There is nothing in this that would in any way affect these balloon payments.
No.
Okay. Is there enough parking? Where's the parking gonna go to be? Where they suggest the parking?
Here you go. Yes, there's actually less parking required for this residential use than there is for the homes. And so that we had to calculate for DRC and,
Would they be parking out front then? Huh?
Yeah.
Not the back, no, there's no back to that building. No.
So they're using the current one.
we probably do something similar to like what they do over. We would permit it and probably have some designated spaces.
You know, and I'm kind of with Martin too, you know, if we're selling these units and trying to create. Sales tax, you know, and stuff like that, it's like, how can we, you know, be assured like that people are gonna live there? You know, because a lot of these places, it's, you know, if they're market rate. It's like you said, it's a hotel room that they're buying up here and they're here. Times, you know, and we're not really. Getting the sales tax out of it because it's a second home. It's just their weekend place and, you know, when they can come up, you know, because it is the cheapest thing to get in the market. But who's gonna live in the place?
Yeah, there's no
No
telling
van.
who's gonna buy them.
You know,
Yeah. Do you know, about at this point, what level they would be at for a market value, 300 square foot place?
I'm not sure, but we can get that information.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you could end up-
Okay, just before we go too much further, I hate to be a stickler on time, but, we are running out of time. We started late tonight, so we don't have too much more. It would be great to hear from everyone as far as how you feel just about this project initially. And, you know, we can continue this conversation. Obviously, we'll need to continue this conversation further. So, anybody who hasn't given in, Robin, Zach?
I'm curious about like what the occupancy looks like for the units that are already there. I just always see them for sale and I can't believe how expensive they are. So I'm just curious what that looks like and the people that do own them who are like the ones that aren't restricted at all, like are they just second homeowners? Do we have any data on like how often they're here? And then just another thought. It is unfortunate to give up commercial space. I think especially as like we're in this really low snow year, which could be a sign of like what our future could look like. And it could be helpful for the town to start to think about like what other ways can we boost this community that isn't reliant on tourism. And this is a bigger discussion, but just a thought of like, do we want to start trading in commercial spaces for residential spaces? If we might need more commercial spaces to really like this town thriving. But I'm still open to learning. Those are just my thoughts.
Thank you. Zach?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that to Mark's point, everything has a price, and I would be very interested in what the going price has been for these commercial spaces. Your perspective of the fact that that wouldn't necessarily be a positive retail or restaurant space, I think is maybe an assumption. We do have some successful restaurants in Frisco that are in second floor spaces right here on Main Street. The backside of that building has spectacular reviews, and I think a restaurant of some kind could do really well there. Robin's point as to the spaces that are available in that current complex, there's 13 one-bedroom units listed for sale right now in Frisco from an initial quick search. 3 of those are in that plaza. So we have 3 one-bedroom or smaller units for sale right now. I don't know whether or not we need a tremendous amount more of residential space there that wouldn't provide a huge positive impact to the town. You know, if looking at Frisco, 54 plus homes are for sale right now in town. So do we need more residential where our housing needs assessment states we're still at about a 329 unit gap? So I'd say I would seek or hope that the group could figure out how to make a positive community impact here, whether that is de-districted units to help meet our housing needs or lowering the price of rentals to support a commercial space that would provide positive sales tax to our community.
Good. Thanks, Elizabeth.
I'm with Zach on the creating a some sort of way to make the, well, I'll just start here. I'm against giving up commercial space overall. I kind of, you know, I want to honor this original land lease that promoted this commercial mecca. That was the intended purpose of the initial beginning of this entire project. And I'm with Zach. I think there's got to be future potential to figure out how to use this commercial space. And like Robin said, I don't necessarily want to, you know, there's got to be a creative way of putting all our eggs in one basket and assuming that, you know, I don't know, with low snow years, what else can we promote in our town? How else can we bring in new, vibrant, interesting businesses, you know, besides, you know, office space? You know, I'd like to see some ideas of how that commercial space could be converted into a second floor restaurant or something creative. I don't know. I'm not the person to ask ideas for that. But I think my heart is in this original idea of the land lease and creating this commercial zone and keeping it that way. And, you know, figuring out some sort of economic development for that space.
Okay, thank you. I think you guys are good as far as where you've stated. You want to add anything?
Addition, just, I appreciate where the ownership is at and the difficulty in finding commercial, not only people to come in, but people to invest in maybe changes in that to make it a restaurant, right? That's a cheap endeavor there. So I appreciate where ownership is at. I would say the 2 things I'm interested in is 1, can we, if it does go residential, I think a proposal that brings nothing to the town is not a proposal I'm really interested in. I'm not.
As far as deed restriction.
As far as deed, yeah, that's what. Because I do appreciate, again, I appreciate the idea that really when it comes to sales tax, if nothing ever goes in there, we're not getting anything anyway. And even if it became a bunch of offices, well, I appreciate that there is a potential for sales tax increase in the surrounding area, especially like Pure Kitchen. I'm sure they would love to have that full of people who go out every night to eat. But I would like to see maybe what could be squeezed in there if it's going to be residential in around affordable housing.
I mean, I would add more comments if I was in that residential conversation, but I'm not there yet. And I guess for me, I'm looking at the long-term commercial view of how much commercial property do we actually have in the town? I mean, if we could audit that and see how much, you know, kind of like a needs assessment for commercial, and I would hate to give up commercial space this easily. Because you can't get it back. And yeah, you know, like for the benefit of the town, that's kind of where I'm coming at it. So thanks for reminding me to mention that.
Yeah, I would say for me, I'm also of the mind that I'm not really in favor of giving up commercial space for the town. And then, you know, the community benefit, I don't see so much as market value units being as much of a community benefit as more workforce housing. This is almost an ideal way for a corporation like Stedman to actually create some workforce housing for themselves. And they could put their own people in there instead of us, the government, housing their people. Which, you know, I've banged on that drum plenty in the past, but you know, so without any new deed restrictions coming along with this project, it doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't make me want to say, yeah, sure, you guys should be able to sell your stuff off and make multi-millions just so you don't have to rent it. I will say I have looked into renting that space on the ground. It is very expensive. And so in that case, does it have to be, right? You know, and maybe that's why you can't fill it, because you're asking for so much for it. And not you, but you know, the development group. Yeah, so with that, I think that's probably enough. It probably gives you an idea of where we're all at. Does anybody else have anything to add with that? Yeah, I think that's probably good. Is that enough input for this point for you to go back to
Yeah.
yeah. And all right, so let's wrap that up. Thank you very much, Elena. For coming forward. And we shall move on to our capital projects. I think it's the next thing. Yeah. No, that's the info center.
What is in this? No, the bottom part.
Oh.
I hope that's not.
I thought it was one of the cabins. Guy.
Thanks, Elena.
What's that?
4,000.
Yeah. I thought it was one of the cabins behind the historic park, you know, there's a.
No, that is an accurate going rate though.
I know.
You can kind of drag that guy up, like, can I go? There you go, there you go. There you go, okay.
Okay, so moving on, we have Addison, then Josh.
Yes.
Mostly.
It's here.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's been an exciting year for capital. I would like to just point out the elephant in the room right here, or should I say the elephant that was in the old town hall. That is the old space, and that's what it was stripped away. There's about 500 other more pictures I could have added, but this is a good dichotomy of what was stripped down. It did look like before it needed to be reframed kind of in its entirety. So thank you all very much. We just have a 2025 recap and a 2026 update for everybody. Just a quick agenda. So for 2025, we will do a project recap. For 26, we will just list out the projects with estimated construction starts on there. and then we can parlay that into some spirited discussion. So here's our overall list of projects for 2025. And in that, we have a list of 14, and those range from capital fund, the water fund, housing fund. From these projects that are listed, we have 3 projects that were over budget and 11 projects that were under budget. So overall, for each respective fund, we are still in the black. So we are remaining balanced in our budget. So
Well done.
we're trying. It's getting harder and harder, but you know
Yeah.
what? We're making it work. Even if I have to hop in machines and self-perform, twist my arm. So we'll run through the list. So here, we have our Highway 9 sidewalk improvements project, which was the Boulder Wall Pathway project. That extended all the way from School Road to the first Walmart entrance. And it was a fantastic project. This had actually been in the planning phases for a while. And it was great that were able to get this executed. At first, we did not think that we were going to be able to secure any CDOT and MLF, so multimodal funding. But due to a sister ski town, they were responsible with funding they were awarded and said, hey, we're not ready. And they were able to get that funding over to us. So that was $500,000 and change. And I'm working with Chris McGinnis, our former town engineer and contract engineer. Currently, we officially closed that out with Naranjo Civil and CDOT. So we are now in the reimbursement phase of that. So I'm sure Leslie will be.
Addison, what town was that gave up that funding at the time?
It was Snowmass.
That's awesome.
Snowmass Village. So they said, thank you. We are not as far down the road as we thought. So in terms of the IMTPR and CDOT regions, like, hey, let's get this back. And so that was very kind of them. So instead of giving us the full amount, they divvied it up. CDOT felt that was the most fair to do. But we were fourth in line for the 3 that have not awarded because they were higher dollar value projects. So this is a valuable one. I know it's how public works operations. Other than it being way more aesthetic than the lower picture of the old Boulder Wall, much safer and just ease of maintenance.
Yeah, Addison, let me say also about that, just as a resident, and I don't know what went on in the background. I watched what you guys are doing. It's exceptional. I mean, I think it's just awesome having it. I use it now.
Yeah.
Use it to ride my bike on to other places now, where in the past I would never consider that place be something you can run it anyway.
Yeah, lots of, like I said, lots of planning went into that, and it started long before any incidents or anything like that. So just to set the record straight. Moving down the list, we had Old Town Hall and Old Town Hall Park. And this honestly was, I can say, of all the projects that I've done in Frisco, this is one of the most fun. You know, it's not often you get to work on a very historically significant building, you know, to your employer, and just all the history that's gone on in this facility, what it is now, and just transforming that space to being way more functional. Also, for those of you who have been inside, all of the fun artifacts that we found that are now on display. Just a really cool kind of piece of history that you got to go into every day. This was one of the projects that went over budget, but it had to be, you know, the second we started tearing up the floor, it was all hand planed logs that were towed in to do that. I mean, it was just super fun. We had to reframe the entire structure just to get it back to square. So not without its challenges. whatsoever on the interior of the facility. But then when you go to the park and what we transform that park into a more functional and usable space, I think it's a very exceptional project for the town at this point in time. I know I would be remiss to not say that Jess Holly and her staff over there were incredible to work with, and it's nice that they are so warm and receptive throughout the whole process. So we have Slopeside Hall and the Day Lodge project. So that was our PRA plan implementation. So A.D. Miller, that was our contractor. You know, we were thankful to land A.D. Miller as our contractor here, and then have them have other business at Town Hall as well. This came solely from the capital fund for the funding, and we were able to secure an owner's rep just to the size and scope of the project, which was DCS initially at the onset, and then they were purchased, and that transformed into NV5, still the same good level of service from Seth and Valerie on this project. But as everybody has seen, due to the kids programs and everything else that run out of both the Day Lodge and Slopeside, this was such a fantastic need and such a good decision from the council that gave us approval to do so. It has definitely filled such a good community. Our downtown complete streets design. So initially, just giving you some history, Tool Design was engaged to get conceptuals going and take that design to 30%. And then an RFP was issued to complete the design to 100%. And that was awarded to Tetra Tech. And in addition to our being the town and capital fund as a funding source, Chris McGinnis was able to, at the time, secure a Main Street Live grant for the design to get us to 100%. And that is on my docket to close out in Q1 of this year with DOLA. We have our environmental and sustainability. So in 25, we had a twofold project going on. Contractor, Public Works, we GC'd a lot of work, getting infrastructure in the ground, working with Excel Energy to fulfill a grant that was initially applied for and received by Jeff Goebel, one of our former Public Works directors. And so that was for chargers at Public Works. So that was a long process, but we got those installed, commissioned, activated at Public Works along with Third Avenue. We got that shored up. And then we engaged McKinstry when we did environmental energy audit. And now that is morphed from an ESCO into a EPC, so energy performance contract with McKinstry. So I won't go through this matrix one by one. It is, but these are all the facilities that were identified with all of the improvements ranging from LED lighting to retro commissioning. So just making our commitment to the community, and I will say, putting our money where our mouth is and living up to our environmental goals that we've set for ourselves. So this has been a good one. This will carry over into 2026. So in addition to town funding, we have DOLA, Colorado Energy Office funding, and then there was a financing option built into that project as well. Our fiber broadband, this is a very exciting project for the town. Those of us, on the other side of town, accessing the D drive, and that can be challenging at times. So this is very laid north of 15,000 feet of fiber conduit. So that was fun doing that boring and open trenching, and the water fund and the capital fund sustain that. So now we will have full town, inner town communication capability all the way from the water plant to public works and then to the PRA. So that is, you know, the town shoring up its systems to ensure that we can most effectively serve our community. I would like to say this is probably everybody's favorite thing is the wash day.
That's a favorite benefit.
I've never been there.
Guys, I just want to say this real quick. I've seen a lot of wash bays in my life. I have never seen a wash bay that goes down so much. God bless you guys. God bless you guys. God bless you guys for whatever you're doing to keep it going. I'm not putting the blame on you, but I've just never seen a wash bay that has so much issue. But I got it pretty
That's a lot of use.
I would like to tip my hat to Joe Schleifer, our building supervisor. I think it is slowly turning into his favorite amenity.
I think the real great.
Yeah.
The reel's fantastic.
Yeah, so, a lot of trial and error behind this spot. But I would be remiss not to mention a former council member, Andy Aronson, for really coming in and loving that thing. So here's to you, Andy, up there. This is for you.
It's so super nice right now, it really is.
Yeah.
The changes you made are fantastic.
It's not a
It's
concept.
there for my.
We're not
team,
breaking
you
it,
know.
are we?
No.
Cause if it's one of us.
Since it obviously exists for.
They have
me,
cameras.
so-
They have cameras.
Safety and security. But it was a small project, but it is something, it is an incentive and a lot of people do appreciate it. So we want to make sure it's down. Joe's responding appropriately, so.
And this served for our operations too, not just a nice benefit, it's, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's why we
It
made it
exists for you
longer.
guys, it does not exist.
Greater in there, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. This project, I should say these projects, I'm very proud of, driving into work every day, especially seeing on the median and roundabout sections of Highway 9. But this was our solar light replacement on Highway 9 and Main Street light retrofit project. So, Public Works, we were the general contractor for this, essentially just putting all the pieces together. Our funding was our own, but then we were able to receive $795,000 in grant money from DOLA on that. It was a minimum impact fund grant. So this has been super fun. I know it was probably everybody looking at their watch after a while, being like, all right, Addison, enough talking about it. If we can just get to it, that would be fantastic. But I think the wait was worth it, because I have gotten a lot of compliments from friends and family and some residents and stuff like that, you know, and it's a good, I've got contacts from the county and stuff like that of, hey, for some county satellite areas where we don't have infrastructure. So it's been a nice, and I really take pride in this, especially to hit our environmental goals that we have.
I'll say on this, it went up so quick. It was like a day, 2 days for those lights to be implemented.
Yeah.
I just drove a lot during that time,
Well, the
like several
median-
times a day I went through there and I'd be like, they would be down the road. I mean, you guys were
Bust it out.
busting it out. It was impressive.
Well, and we did try because there was some warranty work. Columbine Hills Construction needed to do, so it was another thing with coordinating with both Andy and James, being like, hey, we know how much everybody loves traffic impact, so if we can just do this all in one fell swoop, that was the best possible outcome that we could have, so.
Yeah, you had landscapers out there. I mean, you had everybody.
All shooting, you know, and a lot of the public works, streets crew and grounds crew shared in this, so my hats go off to the operators who really put it in there, especially Dave Bono, who's you would have thought he was a monkey climbing all over those things and hooking himself on and, you know, all that fun stuff. So good staple of our community, I think. So the Marina beach sand, I can officially say I've never snowblowed a beach, but now I can check that off my to-do list at night. So this was something, the can kind of kept getting kicked down the road, but thankfully, you know, when you read Schofield Excavation, when you go all the way back to the Big Dig, they were the prime contractor for doing the work for the Big Dig. So chatting with Levi Schofield, the owner of the company, you know, he jumped. They have a lot of experience there. So, you know, I measured out the area and said, hey, we need to refresh this sand. It's looking a little ratty in spots. So they imported a couple thousand yards for us and got it back in a good spot, and you know, did it in the spring right before. So right when the marina opened, it was nice and fresh and ready for kids, dogs, people, you know, whoever. So it was it's a good thing. Just to note, this will be the last time you'll see this coming out of the capital fund. It's, you know, just an ongoing expenditure. So it'll move into operations. Of course, I will help execute that with marina staff and the ground staff, since this is definitely a park amenity. So just help facilitate that and get it right every couple of years.
Every couple of years, like 2-3 years. Per sand
3
edition.
3 to 4, yeah.
So were you snow blowing it to measure it, or?
No, I was snow blowing it to dry it out and clear it off so I could because it was gonna be cheaper and more effective, while Schofield didn't have that much in their portfolio going on in Summit, that it was, hey, if I open this up, you can stockpile everything here, because that middle picture, you can't tell very much, but we just had a ton of stockpiles around, and they just brought in track skid steers, and it was just easier for them to move everything from one central location. So it was the most cost-effective approach that we could reach for that. So for storm system repair, our biggest crowning achievement for that this year was the Miners Creek Bridge, or excuse me, Miners Creek Culvert over by Coyote Village. And that was in bad shape. This past season, it was getting overtopped and everything. So thankfully, Chris McGinnis and Greg Munson jumped on this. And after Chris left, Greg was at the helm for this project. So got this wrapped up, and again, kind of bolstered that relationship with Naranjo Civil, who did the Boulder Wall project. So, you know, trying to capitalize on good work and had some economy of scale since they were already up here. And funding, there would be capital fund, but since this project went over on that, we have operations funds that can cover some of that too. So again, overall remaining in line for this project. In terms of water, our 2 biggest water projects that we had this past year were the water tank rehab, which was for our water storage tank of the water treatment facility, and then our water tank access road for the Dillon storage tank. The water tank rehab, there are 2 tanks identified in that, since they're above ground and external, which would be the water treatment facility tank and the Dam Road storage tank. Well, in an effort to actually be able to get crews and equipment up to the Dam Road tank, we needed to do the access road. So there were US Forest Service permits that needed to be established, and they needed to review the plans and disturbances of the total area for the roadway. And then there's an Excel gas line. They needed to weigh in. They do not like when you take cover or dirt off of their infrastructure, especially high pressure gas lines. So that was a fun project. And I will say we had Schofield Excavation again doing the tank access road. And then we had Classic Coatings doing the water tank rehab. I will say for Classic Coatings, for such a busy trailhead area and for all the equipment that needed to be shuttled up near and around that tank, it was a very minimally disturbance on the recreating community. We did not get complaints, hide nor hair, and it was loud work and it was dirty work, and they kept it clean and respectable. So it was a fantastic project, and we are anxiously looking forward to whatever snow we have left remaining in May, getting them back up, utilizing that water tank access road to start work on the dam road storage tank.
That's when we'll get 100 inches.
Right. Our housing fund, we started in 25 and we would finalize in 2026. Our 602 Galena Workforce Housing Infrastructure contract. We are in that with Martin Harris, formerly CFC. When we have the housing fund money, and in terms of DOLA grants, Leslie has been great with securing more housing now in Strong Communities funding for that, which will also be used in 2026 for 101 West Main workforce housing infrastructure. So for 2026, here is our project overview, and with our anticipated construction timeframes for that. I would say the project up at the top, town hall, council chambers, AV upgrades. I think that's a anxiously awaited project that we just received questions for today. We'll get answers turned around quickly and out the door next 2 days, and we look forward to getting this project off the ground. We'll speak for Stacy when I will say I'm sure she is very excited on that. Environmental sustainability, we have lighting, so McKinstry will continue on into 2026, and then looking at using that environmental sustainability line item for some more lighting, specifically out of the peninsula. We have marina restrooms, Pioneer Park improvements. You'll be talking about the design about that later tonight. PRA ball field parking lot lighting, solar lighting on Highway 9, storm system going through design work. Pete and his trails crews, that work usually takes all summer. Walkability improvements design, public works, bulk water station, well 5 rehab, PFAS treatment, and finally 101 West Main infrastructure.
Couple things.
Yeah, a couple things there. And finally, questions, concerns, discussion.
Well done.
Thank you. Lots of help, internal and external. So it's just a testament to holding on to the relationships in the community when you have them, using them.
The ball field, lights, do we have any extras that are from Highway 9?
So
Are we looking at solar lights out there?
yes,
Probably.
100%.
Yeah.
We're actually
Different
looking.
design.
Yes, so we have photometrics from First Light, the same company who purchased lights for Main Street and Highway 9. They did photometrics of that. Josh and I actually met with Lindsay and Aaron out at the PRA to discuss this, just put a plan in place. So talking about Recreation Way and the ball field, some more parking, and it's just the infrastructure for Rec Way is essentially beyond its usable life to even reinvest in. So this is the best thing, recapture the light pole bases, the light poles themselves, slap the solar light head on there. And also they are all dark sky compliant. So while that's not officially adopted and enacted, we're also being proactive in that to making sure once it gets rolled out, the town, again, we're kind of leading the charge for our own facilities and infrastructure.
I think you've done a great job. So extend that to Josh. No. No, just whenever it comes up, you know, let them know that, I don't know, it's pretty awesome and to be in the black and keep that budget, tight or whatever you did to manage it. It's really impressive. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's a lot of big asks that you guys handled. And I kind of stopped talking about subtraction from, you know, just adding stuff on your guys' plate. So I did that kind of more early on. And, you know, we have to consider that, like, the more we keep dumping on public works, something has to give because you got plenty of other things to work on.
Yeah, I guess especially like hours worked plus a budget that you have to
Yeah.
manage all the.
Thanks. Anyone else? All right.
I just want you to walk out of the room. Yes.
Yeah, how about run out of the room before you go?
Run out of the room.
Breakfast club.
He wants one person to come out.
Yeah. Thank you all very much for your.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys. All right, thanks. Moving on, we'll get that with the proposed code amendments for the vehicle registration violations and penalties for municipal versus statutory misdemeanors and petty offenses.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I love the answer of my.
And happy New Year to everyone. Yeah, happy New Year. This is
might
gonna
be
be
relevant.
every bit as exciting a presentation as the title.
Chair
is.
Lounge
Yes,
said
exactly. Actually, I'm gonna start this with two questions. The first is, raise your hand if
If you have
you're
your card
aware.
registered.
Yeah, raise your hand if you're aware that you can be pulled over and cited into court for not having your car registered. You're aware of that, okay. Raise your hand if you think the general public is aware of that based on your observations of people's license plates within the last month or two.
Not at all.
Yeah, right, so.
I mean, yeah, are they aware?
Oh, really?
They do it?
I regularly see temporary plates that are 2 years old.
Oh, yeah.
About half of the plates I see are out of date. You're unregistered, right? So, with those two questions, I have one more. Did you know that while you can be, until recently, while you can be pulled over and cited for that, you could not be cited into any municipal court in this state for that violation? Most people aren't aware of that. It's a little oddity of the state statute that still exists with respect to a very minor number of violations. But for a lot of years, the state statutes, the model traffic code said that there is no jurisdiction in anybody but the state courts for the enforcement of motor vehicle registration violations. Why exactly? I don't know. Maybe they decided, hey, we're the ones having to run this system. So maybe we should get the violation revenue and use it to run our statewide system. I don't know why, but that's what existed for a lot of years. That changed in the last legislative session, and now there is express authority for municipalities to adopt within their own codes, meaning it is enforceable through the municipal court, a violation called, motor vehicle registration violation. So that is the first ask tonight is, are you interested in adding that to your code? There's a secondary part of that question. If you are, if there aren't general objections, I've been asked by the police department to discern that fact because they are at the point where they need to order their next big stack of citations. And if you've been fortunate enough not to receive one of the town of Frisco citations, you don't know it, but on the face of our citations, there are a number of pre-listed traffic citations, check the box sort of thing. Right now, motor vehicle registration violations is not one of them because it's not permitted. But if this ordinance is adopted, it will be permitted. And so if there isn't any objection and we think as a group that sort of amendment to our code might pass, I guess I'd like to hear that and know that so I can tell the police department, go ahead and order your new tickets and add that as a, don't know they can't cite it until it's time. So that's the first question. We can discuss that, or we can discuss that after the second ask for a code amendment.
To me, it seems reasonable to put it on the ticket,
It's a state problem.
It's state-
Well, so before,
Is it not a true
That- that
police
was our
problem? They
problem.
can't enforce it.
right, so before that, if our police did pull someone over for that.
Right.
There's somewhere on the citation where they would write that in, but all that would go to the state then.
Exactly correct.
Okay,
Go to the county court. For prosecution, and the fines would stay there as well.
okay. And now those are fines the state of us.
Correct.
My view is order the citations, create a snitch line.
That's so
Get that revenue rolling.
Really?
No, yeah, I'm all of that.
But the snitch line.
Not the snitch.
Thank you.
Any concern?
I'm for it.
Neutral.
Okay.
I'm supportive of it.
I think vehicle registration is very important, and those fines are very important. People don't do it because there's no consequences.
Hefty fine too, I believe.
It can be,
Okay.
it's not a mandatory fine amount, it's at the judge's discretion. So
Okay.
generally, you're gonna do okay on the first.
Okay.
Maybe not so
You
much.
get it registered.
Yeah,
Yeah,
especially,
show it.
especially if you've been registered since the time you were cited, I'll bet you'd have a whole lot of. Judicial mercy cast upon you when you came to answer your ticket, so, yeah. So that's the first one. The second one also requires just a little bit of history. You may recall, I believe now it was 2 legislative sessions back. There was a bill passed by the state legislature that went to the governor's desk and was ultimately vetoed. And I think it's one of the few vetoes, but at any rate, what that bill said was, it went to the section of the state statutes that concern municipal court and the maximum penalties that may be imposed by a municipal court. And it amended that section to say, notwithstanding this maximum authorization of jail time and fine amounts, a municipal court shall have no authority to impose any penalty, whether it's fines or imprisonment, for misdemeanors or other petty offenses for which there are corollaries as between municipal law and state law. Okay, so for instance, harassment, right? It's a violation of our general offenses code to commit harassment. Our local harassment ordinance reads virtually identical to the state statute that makes harassment a criminal act. Okay, so the legislature took a run at saying where the state has corollary provisions to what your local offense is, municipal courts lack jurisdiction to impose any fine greater than the fine amount that could be imposed for a violation of the state statute. It was vetoed. I believe the governor at the time said, kind of like to hear a little bit more from municipalities on this, and I'd kind of like to hear reports on this. So when that effort failed, and you'd have to go back and look at the record. I guess I would generally describe that effort as being one for social equity, or what was perceived as social equity, as between disparate sentences you could receive for the same act in municipal court versus state. Okay, got vetoed. Thereafter, the proponents of that policy idea took a different tack. And I'm not sure if it was the ACLU, but some similar sort of organization found a test plaintiff that had been found guilty in a municipal court of a crime that also existed under state law and was fined or punished under municipal court in a way that exceeded the maximum penalty that could have been imposed under state law. Went all the way up to the Supreme Court. Of course, or maybe not of course, but we talked a little bit before about home rule authority, right? The fact that the town is a home rule municipality, and that home rule municipalities with respect to matters of local concern can adopt ordinances that are contrary to state law and that will trump state law. So to be honest, as this case went up, I think most of us municipal practitioner types thought, I don't think so. I think the fine that gets imposed for theft of a local retailer when you decide to go into a jurisdiction is only affecting the people in that jurisdiction. You're in the jurisdiction, weren't you? So there isn't, to my mind at least, or there are good arguments to be made that there is no extraterritorial impact to the fact that a municipal penalty may exceed that under state. It just doesn't have any impact on anybody who isn't in your jurisdiction. But the state legislature would disagree, obviously, based on the law that they had previously adopted. And surprisingly enough, at least in my mind, so did the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court found that it was a matter of statewide concern, not a matter of local concern. CML went in with a number of jurisdictions that said, look, man, we're getting smash and grabs of our retailers, right? That happens here, not there or anywhere else. Why shouldn't it be up to us what the appropriate level of penalty is? Within the maximum limit allowed by state law, mind you, for municipal courts, but the argument made by a lot of municipalities was, why isn't this local? What extraterritorial impact does it have? And I think the answer that they got, like it or not, was that the state court found that the state legislature was acting on statewide concerns, presumably, as I said, of social equity or equity in general. But query, if that's all it takes for there to be a statewide concern that trumps a local interest, what enactment by the state legislature are we going to find that doesn't have a statewide concern? Of course, they were acting in what they believe to be the interest of everyone in the state, but the real question is, where does that power lie under the constitutional provisions that give us these respective authorities? And I'm going to, in case there are any Colorado Supreme Court judges in our audience tonight, I'm going to tell you that I think that line of case law that once was respectful of home rule authority has been greatly degraded over the past 20 years. And I think it is now not much more than an outcome determinative test to be applied after they decide which way they want the case to go. Because I just don't think there's any discerning which way a case is going to go now based upon their lines of cases that set out, here's how we analyze statewide versus local concerns. I just don't think it's being held to, and I think it's because they want to see it go the other way, and not for any more principled reasons than that. So, with that said, the Supreme Court made that decision in December of last year. So it's a very new decision, but what it says is that simply as a matter of state law and the conflict between the state statutes and their penalties and the local ordinances and their penalties, there is no conflict at all. They both live just fine together. None offends the other. But at any rate, they decided that municipalities for misdemeanor and petty offenses that have a state corollary cannot impose a fine greater than that imposed by the state for the same offense. All of that said, that means, well, I should back up a little. As a result of this, my office has already asked through our prosecutor, Nick Klein, has already asked our municipal court judge to issue a standing order that recognizes that Supreme Court case and that says that notwithstanding any other provision of the Frisco Town Code, the order of this court shall not impose sentences for state corollaries greater than, right? But that's a bit of a band-aid. It works for now. But my suggestion is that along with the motor vehicle registration violation, the same ordinance seeks to amend the town's code provisions concerning maximum penalties to essentially state what I just said. And then one other little question in connection with that. The town's code currently provides for up to $1,000 fine or a violation. State statute was amended some years ago. It used to be 1,000. Now it's 2,650. It had actually been that long since they had amended it. So it's like, what is that about now? So the town is authorized to state as its maximum penalty that the court could impose a fine of up to $2,650. That sort of fine level happens so rarely that I'm never aware of it having happened in the Frisco Municipal Court. But it could, and times change, and $1,000 ain't what it used to be, as they say, motivationally or otherwise. So that's the other ask I would have in addition to bringing our penalty provision in conformance with state law in this case. Would you or would you not also like to see an increase in the maximum permitted fine amount for the judge?
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So, the judge still has the discretion in fining. Unless unless our code says something specific.
Correct.
It doesn't have to impose the maximum amount.
Correct.
They can impose what they choose to.
Correct.
In what world would our judge end up imposing a fine that would be above that?
Well, they can't.
They can't.
Well, right, you know, yeah,
Well, but right now our code, state law says 2650, our own code limits us to 1,000.
right.
So do we want to bring our own code authorization up to meet the authorization statement? I guess is the question. It seems to me it's very unlikely they would ever be used. But, you know, you get somebody before the judge on a second or third time. And, you know, whatever motivational techniques that don't seem to be working now. You know, the judge might want to entertain, or more likely entertain that sort of fine and hold it over somebody's head on a probationary order. Okay, I'm gonna post a fine, I'm gonna hold it in advance on condition that I don't see you again in this court on the same charge within a year, whatever it may be. So money gets used that way by municipal courts, fines get used that way. The goal of your municipal court, I think every judge in the state, every municipal court judge in the state would tell you, our goal is not to collect fines here, to find people. Our goal is to change behavior and to try and get people into compliance with laws. I mean, traffic aside, like traffic aside.
I would say in general, man, I have so many questions I'd love to ask you about this another time.
Sure.
Sure. Really fascinating how that kind of happened. My view is, as long as we have faith in our municipal judicial system and our judges, that giving as much judicial breadth for them to really decide what to do in each individual case makes sense. So if the state says up to 2,500, why would we not let the judge, if we have faith in that court, why would we not give them that ability to go that far if they felt it's fair? That's my.
Even over the years with 1,000, how many times has it gone?
Never.
Yeah.
There you go. Never. I think I could probably go back and find some instances of
Yeah.
$500 being held over somebody's head, or maybe even a $500 fine in an extreme case, but usually those higher amounts are to motivate a change in behavior on condition of, you know, pay me if you don't.
I'm fine with it.
Fence. It's never used.
Yeah.
Supportive.
Sure. Thank you all. That's, oh, God, I'm in time. Love it.
Thank you, all right. All right, thus ends our work session for the evening.
Question one.
Yes.
Is that whole thing kind of kind of from the kind of just. That's what the result was, and that's what he said.
Yes and no, because that,
Which the whole idea really,
in our constitution, you can carve that, separate section after, so
Well, it's absolutely.
No, it's got a, I wish it like changed.
Why do I want to mute it all?
Yeah. Okay, so, go back in, oh no, yeah, go back into days, Mike, just make sure that they're all, the red X is gone.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
And then red X out of there. Just stay
This
on
guy?
your, yep, stay on your camera screen, this is the best one.
Where's the camera screen?
You're on it, you're webcasting. That way you can change it when people can.
Yeah, that's what I wanna be able to do.
The only thing we're gonna do there
For the
is
lecture.
right there, yep, be bought between those two.
This experience.
Oh my God.
There you go, nice.
Wait till it gets down to the DNA. That's where the shit's really scary. Where you can have some type of weapon. Everything right in this spot. Yeah. Right, we're living in something.
Today isn't like the main focus.
Yeah, how do I do
So
that?
hover over and then three dots.
And then
Either in or spot, we are very close.
Okay.
A little bit of sound, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. And then we're off mute and camera down here, right? On the Zoom. Cool.
Yep.
I'm gonna log on to Zoom and just make sure. Make sure I can hear the rumblings of the room. That's what we're doing here. Just going in the Zoom as myself.
So. Depends how we round that up, but yeah. Right.
Is that?
I bet they should be. No, it should be. It might be because I was in the room. Let me go. Okay.
Yeah. But the most vocal are usually tired.
Give us just 1 second.
Yeah, thanks everyone for coming. We're gonna take just a couple minutes to get our AV working. And then we'll get into it.
I really can't wait to November and December.
Yeah, I'm interested in.
Right.
If you look at
Test.
the numbers,
Yeah,
it
no,
shows.
Have you set that
I
up?
never set that up on my phone.
Testing.
I don't think.
Test, test.
Because all of them are tax remittances that are monthly, quarterly. Sometimes, some people.
I'm like, it's gotta be hard.
Well, you know, like you said, this one December's in here. The other one's December wasn't in. November.
Right.
Wasn't in, huh?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking here now. I was like, November's on there.
I will do and I'll call those just so. Perfect. You can
I will
see
call
and.
you.
Okay,
Okay, thank you, everybody. We're gonna call to order. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Welcome to the Frisco Town Council regular meeting of January 13th, 2026. At this time, I will hereby welcome the regular or the roll call from Stacy, please.
Here.
Held,
Here.
Incan is absent, Script check Adrian,
Here.
Goldstein,
Here.
Ryan,
Here.
and Kibbe.
Here.
Thank you. All right, we will now open up the floor to public comment. This public comment time is reserved for items that do not have public hearing later on the agenda. If you plan to comment on any item that appears later on the agenda, please wait until that item is announced and public comment is requested at that time. State your name and address for the record, be topic specific, and limit comments to 3 minutes or less. No council action is taken on public comments at council meetings. Council takes public comments under advisement, and if council and/or staff response is deemed necessary or appropriate, the individual making the comment will receive a formal response from the town at a later date. It is recommended to sign in at the welcome table, and if you're providing a in-person public comment. With that, I would like to say that I thank you all for coming. It would be great to see this many people more often. But if you're here for the Pioneer Park discussion, that will be coming after we take care of some other business. So please refrain at that point. I think we do have a few others with other issues in the audience. So with that, I will open it up for public comment. So if there's anybody that doesn't have anything on Pioneer Park and something else, please approach the podium and state your name and address and your issue. Mary Elaine, come on up.
Good afternoon, good evening. I'm Mary Lane Moore. I own Storking Goods Company around the whole place at 610 Main Street, here in Frisco. You all are all my customers. And I thank you. In front of me, behind you, the back table. So, I'm here to talk about just the impact of, the construction that's happening at the Success property. And the disruption that's happened, with the businesses in Fifth and the Sixth. First, I want to say my business has been fine. But I don't know what's ahead. And so I can be proactive just for my business, but I'm also here speaking for Lillian Trees that have Pino's restaurant next to me, as well as Jan Shackelford that owns the Juniper Tree. And we've been in discussions with, well, I know I initially sent a letter to town council, but also met with Norris Design and several other people. But specifically, I'm just really disappointed on how the closures happened on the project. The notice of the start of the project was dated November 25th. I received that letter on the 29th. And that was through the Foots Rest, through Jess Roberts. She's written the letter and sent it out to the business owners. The barriers were in place on December 1st and 2nd during Russell Week. The timing was a huge disruption to a widely popular week to kick off the holidays. The parking on Main Street was included in the barriers. That was not included in the letter that was sent out. It just stated the sidewalks on Main Street. When I asked about the barriers taking away Main Street parking spaces, and I did speak with Public Works, they said that they did not want to move them multiple times and confuse the public. But I've thought about this. The public is used to change. There's construction everywhere in every town. The public just wants to be able to find a parking space when they visit so that they can shop, eat, and enjoy their visit to the town. It was explained later when we met with North Design that PCL would need those spaces because the crane and OSHA requirements. The crane is not here, and it was shared by one of the workers that it's not coming for a while. Could be months. In the meantime, we lose those parking spaces. Were these details shared when the project was approved? If yes, why wasn't there pushback on the need and the timing of taking away Main Street parking? I'm frustrated with the lack of oversight for the impacts of Main Street when this project was initially submitted and approved. I feel that the impact on the businesses in Fifth and Sixth was not addressed. And by this, what I mean is that we could have planned for, signage, additional planning to enhance the entrance to Main Street. Signage meaning like banners, with our logos. So when we approached Norris Design in this initial meeting, they said that they would definitely be able to buy the banners. And we sent the logos on, and I'm only finding out then last week on the 5th that some of the logos didn't have a resolution, but we'd sent all those a high enough resolution. That's all these little details, but I think just what my point is that when a project of this magnitude is going to be planned and so disruptive in the enormity of this project that foresight could have been had and made to be able to mitigate, some disruption and then, and then that would lessen a lot of the frustration, concerns, the anxiety and the emotion that's gone along in these last 6 weeks with this project. And meeting in the businesses in Fifth and Sixth. Where I think we're a small enough town and a community to be able to consider the impacts that a development like this, has on our Main Street. Businesses around me are suffering. And I just need all those businesses to make it through these next 2 years because we depend on them. I depend on them. We share all the same customers. We're calling up and down the street. Hey, do you have this? Or they already know I have it, or I already know Rivers has it, or I already know Janet Juniper Tree has it. I already know what, Pepinos has. I mean, and they do the same for me. So in summary, what can the town council do immediately to move into action to mitigate the impacts that I've shared? I suggest moving the barriers back to the sidewalk to open up the parking. And then adjust as needed when the crane arrives and when its purpose is. Move quickly on improving the banners with business logos and get them hung, and move quickly on installing accent lighting along Main Street starting at 7th. That was an idea that Elena Scott came up with, that we could welcome businesses, patrons to Main Street by lining, both sides of the sidewalk to create more of an entry with some accent lighting. And these things that, could happen quickly. And then as we approach summer, we need to address additional issues that we know we're all going to be faced with. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary Elaine. We will be in touch and we are talking about it throughout and hopefully we can get things resolved to a point that everyone can be satisfactory with. Thanks. Appreciate that. Is there anybody else with public comment that doesn't have to do with Pioneer Park or anything else on the agenda? Negative, is there, oh, yeah, Justin? Come on up, state your name and address and all, and please. Yeah, nice to see you.
Good to see you guys. I just wanted to submit some written comments from Jan Shackelford, who's a neighbor of ours in the business district. My name is Justin Pollock. I am a naturopathic doctor at the Mountain River Clinic on 507 Main Street. And so our neighbor is the Juniper Tree, Jan, and she sent me an email to submit to you guys. Yeah, kind of similar to what Mary Elaine was talking about with Foot's Rest and trying to have more foot traffic and a safer place to have people pick up the bus and the bus to stop. So, and a big thanks to Kelly Foot for sending out a letter in advance to these couple of years of construction and just letting us know and thanking us for our patience with all that. So, yeah, can I submit this to the record?
Yes, please. Thank you
for that.
Appreciate it.
Well, Mayor.
Pro Tem.
I just want to say I agree with the comments that are being made. I've been surprised with when the Granite Park project took place that the sidewalk was closed and half of the parking on the that west side of Granite Street gets closed. When the project on the Old Town Hall took place, same thing. The sidewalk gets closed. The parking on the street gets closed. It's like there's a lot of disturbance to the sidewalk and the public's right away. And I don't know why that is the custom when we should be minimizing the disturbance to the public right away for these construction projects, is my opinion. Thank you.
Anyone else in chambers with anything that is not on the agenda this evening? Doesn't look like it. How about online, Stacy? If you're online and you want to make a comment, please raise your hand. Negative? Okay. Thanks all for your input. We'll now close public comment and move on to council comments. Oh, yeah. When we get to Pioneer Park, we'll open it up for you guys for sure. Yeah. Council comments, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. So I just want to express gratitude to everyone at the PRA, the whole recreation team, for one of town's newer and I think very heavily utilized amenities of the terrain park. It's an amazing thing for the town of Frisco. All the skiers and snowboarders in our community are extremely enthusiastic about it. I've been over twice myself, including one time with a 6-year-old. And terrain parks can sometimes be a little bit more of an aggressive vibe. And everybody who's been there after school has been so kind to young kids. They've been supportive. The crew that's actually managing and working the terrain park is doing a great job with changing up features, proper maintenance. And I just think it's something that's really special for our town that is totally, unheard of. There's a few public terrain parks like that. One at Ruby Hill in Denver that has no lift access. So the fact that we have a rope tow is pretty amazing. Portland, Maine has another amenity like that is a free public park, but again, no type of lift access. So to have that as an affordable amenity is pretty dang special for us to have here in Frisco. The only feedback that I've received from peers is the potential for maybe a 4 to 6 or a twilight type pass. The $55 day pass is certainly reasonable if you're taking advantage of the whole day. But for folks or kids who are getting out of school at 3:30 or 3:50 p.m., to have an opportunity to access that for the last couple hours at a more affordable rate would be great.
Great, thanks. Awesome. Anyone else?
I just wanted to once again thank Addison and Josh for the update on our capital projects for 2025. They've done an amazing job. The amount of projects that have been successfully completed within a budget is amazing. And if you guys get a chance, check out some of those projects. It's pretty impressive.
Great. Thank you.
Just one thing, I want to thank every person who's in these chambers tonight to back you up, Mayor, on what you said earlier. It is refreshing to see. It's so nice to see. This is what democracy is about. And so whatever reason you're here, whatever position you're holding, thank you for being here.
Here. Very good. With that, I'll close council and mayor comments and we'll move on to staff updates.
No updates today, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Manager. We'll close staff updates. And move on to the consent agenda. Without any proposed amendments to the consent agenda, I'd entertain a motion to approve or.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
I think Dan got the second on that one. We have a motion and a second. Stacy, you want to call?
Gibby,
Yes.
Goldstein,
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Skripchak, Adrian,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Incan is absent, and Alan.
Yes.
Very good. Consent agenda passes. Okay, on to new business. Our first item on new business this evening is the Pioneer Park design discussion. Now that we've read the item into the record, I'd like to set the order of how this item is going to be heard this evening by council. No formal vote or legal decision will be made this evening regarding this matter. The intention of this topic on this evening's agenda is to provide staff with direction and how to proceed with the Pioneer Park design, as well as allow the public to be heard. The order will be as follows. We're going to go staff presentations to provide an opportunity for staff to brief council on the public and the public on the status of the Pioneer Park project and outreach events. We'll provide council with the opportunity to deliberate and ask any questions of staff. And then we will provide the opportunity for public comment where you would come up and state your name and address. And then please do keep it under 3 minutes. We will run the clock since we have so many people. And I'll apologize if I cut you off somewhere in there because it could take a while. And then we'll provide another opportunity for council deliberation, questions, and to provide direction to staff. With that, we'll turn it over to staff. Very good, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So this evening, you're hearing a presentation on proposed designs for Pioneer Park, which, as you all probably know, is the small park located between 5th and 6th Avenues along Galena Street. We are seeking your feedback on a few particular elements of the proposed design tonight, which we'll get into later in the presentation. The town has been working with consultants from SCJ Alliance, which is a landscape architecture and engineering firm. We have 2 folks here in person tonight from SCJ, so that's great to have them. Margaret Loperfido from SCJ Alliance will be doing most of the presentation tonight, but staff did just want to provide a couple of comments before she dives into the details. So as a reminder, both the design and the construction for this project are funded by the Strong Communities Grant that the town received for infrastructure related to the workforce housing projects at 602 Galena and 101 West Main. And the timing for these park improvements are tied to that grant timeline. So that's why we're doing this now. That's why the construction is scheduled for this summer. Many of you may remember the Neighborhood Parks Master Plan that was completed in 2019. The findings of that master plan were taken into consideration with this process as sort of the starting point. But staff wanted to note that it is standard to update these plans every 5 to 10 years to consider the latest conditions and get updated community feedback. So Margaret will share some more details about that master plan during her presentation. But we wanted to note that since 2019, a few things have changed in the area around Pioneer Park, including construction of 602 Galena, which has 54 units, 22 new units at the CDOT housing project, which is a couple blocks away on Granite Street. There's 11 units currently under construction on North 7th Avenue and several other smaller condo developments that are walking distance from the park. So these are changes that can impact the intensity of the use of the park and maybe the types of uses. So all of that is reason for us to be collecting new community feedback and taking a new look at this park. SCJ conducted robust community engagement this fall, which included tabling, 2 rounds of workshops and open houses, stakeholder interviews, an online survey, an interactive brainstorm board that was posted at the park, and youth engagement in partnership with Frisco Elementary. And so we're super grateful for all of SCJ's work doing different kinds of outreach. They were here in person a lot. And we're excited about all the public feedback that we've received. You can see we have a passionate public that loves this park. So we've gotten a lot of great feedback. And we're excited about the work that SCJ has done to try to pull all of that into some design options for us. So they've been a great team to work with. And with that, I'll have Margaret come up. She's a principal with SCJ Alliance. She's up from Crested Butte this evening, so we thank her for traveling, and she'll dive into some more detail about the process and where we're at now. So,
all right. Thanks, Emma. I also have Lynette from our team at SCJ, and she is a local Summit County resident, so she's here as well. As Emma said, my name is Margaret. I'm with SCJ Alliance. I'm a landscape architect. And I've been in Crested Butte since 2011, so bring, familiarity with Colorado mountain towns and some of the unique challenges that we have here. You can go ahead to the next slide. I do? Okay.
Okay, wait, do you want me to go to the next slide?
Yeah,
I'm
she
confused.
said next slide.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought we were
Is there
getting them. Sorry, didn't know my role.
Okay.
We're good.
You're done. So just a quick,
the topics we want to hit on today. We'll do a little bit of a project background, talk about the previous plan, as Emma referenced, the 2019 Neighborhood Parks Master Plan. We'll discuss some of the existing conditions and opportunities of the park, talk about our community engagement outreach, some of the pros and cons of that process, and in general, big picture, what we've heard, what the themes, the recurring themes are. And then we'll review some of the, we've refined to 2 different concepts here. And from there, we're really looking for some guidance from council. We've outlined some specific sort of decision points, and we have a decision matrix that we can go through just as a way to guide the conversation. We're not looking for council to say option A or option B, but really look at like what works from option A and option B. Perhaps we didn't represent something that you'd like to represent. So this can really be a discussion. And then of course to hear from the community as well. Next slide. The Neighborhood Parks Plan was conducted by Norris Design in 2019. Some of the recurring themes that came from that were folks, the community is really passionate about preserving the natural character of the park. There's some existing wetland habitat that's very important. The biggest draw recreationally to the park are the tennis courts, the 2 existing tennis courts that are there. And so that was expressed back in 2019. People were interested in additional amenities related to those tennis courts. Another thing that came up repeatedly was sort of lack of visibility, lack of awareness of the park. There's not a lot of signage. It is obscured by vegetation, which is great. It's beautiful vegetation, but it's hard to see it sometimes, especially in the summers. And there was some confusion about whether the tennis courts are public or private to the HOA. So there was some neighborhood confusion about that back in 2019. Again, some of the big elements that came up in that study were the importance of the tennis courts, nature, preserving nature and bringing nature play, improving the overall infrastructure, parking, drainage, and potentially a year-round restaurant, which is something we'll talk a little bit more with this round. Next slide, please. So going into just the overall context and some of the goals as we approach this project, it is a small neighborhood park close to the downtown core of Frisco. It's walking distance from Main Street. The existing main amenities are the 2 public tennis courts. There are also some picnic tables, some benches, a couple of grills, some sort of informal nature paths through the site, a seasonal porta potty. And then there's an alley that kind of becomes part of the park property that's used for parking and access from that side. Additionally, that alleyway is currently used for snow storage. Hopefully it'll be used for more snow storage if the winter comes. And so that is something that is a consideration in working with town and public works. And sorry, lost my train of thought for a moment. The limited visibility signage support amenities were among the context of the park as it exists right now. Goals as we approach this project are really to look at the existing use, what's working, and how the park use can be expanded to meet the growing neighborhood, the growing community, as well as just the overall demand on the recreation system. Improving access, improving identity of the park, protecting the wetlands and the existing natural character, and then remaining compatible with the existing neighborhood. It is a neighborhood park. This isn't a regional park. And so wanting to scale the improvements to the size and location of this park. Next. So this is existing conditions plan. The darker blue areas are the wetland areas. There's a yellow line that represents the 10-foot wetland setback. So within that setback, we really want to minimize impact. You'll see as we go through concepts, there's some potential access for trails and boardwalk in those areas. That the darker circles are kind of the major trees. There are a lot of mature evergreen trees and deciduous shrubs and trees on the site. There's some good shrub canopy. The red lines are sort of the existing circulation. And as I had mentioned before, it's pretty informal. There are no concrete paths, no formalized paths throughout, but that's the circulation pattern. And you can see the Fifth Ave alley on the north side of the site. Next slide. And then this is a panorama from the apartments across the street looking into the site. So it was nice to take this in fall because you can really see the differentiation between the evergreens and the deciduous trees. But this is, that kind of captures the general natural appearance of the site and also how it is obscured by the vegetation. Next slide. So our public engagement, as Emma mentioned, we had a very robust public engagement, and that was a really important part of the of meeting the grant requirements, really reaching out to the community, reaching a broad group of the community, and also making sure that we're hearing from typically underheard voices such as the youth. So going to Frisco Elementary was really an important way to connect with youth and with families. A lot of times when folks have young kids, they're busy, it's harder to get to meetings. So this was a way to engage the youth and kind of spread the word within those families and hear from them. We did have multiple in-person and virtual formats. So folks that couldn't be here in person had the opportunity to engage online, either at the virtual open house or through the survey. There was the town hosted a project website, so you could be added to an email list there. So really tried to have a broad engagement process, reaching a very broad demographic of the community. We also interviewed key stakeholders just to hear a little bit more depth from certain people, and that included the historic park and museum, a group of neighborhood representatives, the Art and Culture Council, council member representation. So that was great to get that that input from different aspects within the community. The in-person open house was the last public outreach event that we hosted. On December 15th, we hosted the in-person event here. And then on the 18th, we hosted a virtual open house, and both of those had a voting component to them. And so there are multiple ways for people to provide their input through the survey, through dot voting, through the Design Your Own Park event. And next slide, please. And before I go into this, a little bit more about sort of the pros and cons of the process, because it was very qualitative in a lot of its input. It was hard to, count precisely like, okay, how many people want this and how many people want that? We had the survey online. We had over 300 respondents in the online survey. So that was a little bit more of that quantitative feedback, and we do have the results from that survey available, but really looking at both that quantitative input and that qualitative input and looking for repeated themes to come up to the surface. So what we heard, and a lot of this was similar to what was heard in 2019. So preserving the natural character of the site and the wetlands, preserving that habitat. People see moose, bear, there's been elk, fox, lots of bird habitat in there, and that's really important to the community. Respecting the quiet neighborhood setting is something that we heard from the community quite a bit. And then just the improved visibility, wayfinding, and even storytelling within there. This park site is the historic well or water spring for the community. So before domestic water was installed, people would gather here at the park. This is where they would share their stories. This is where they would connect with each other. So it was sort of like the newspaper of the community. People would gather here. And so that's a story that came from a couple of different sources, both, on the history side and the culture side, that's something that could come up in wayfinding and signage, and potentially incorporating that into artwork within the park. With Walter Byron Park being really just a couple of blocks away, we don't want to duplicate any of the amenities. So looking at what's there, they have more of a traditional playground, post and platform kind of playground. So when we're looking at play elements, not wanting to duplicate that. They also have more just lawn space, the volleyball courts. And then the tennis courts definitely generated the most passionate feedback, and passion matters. I mean, when we're hearing from a lot of different voices in the community and votes for this or votes for that, some people are like, oh yeah, I think, that could be nice. But hearing those voices from the community for a resource that means a lot to them is certainly a consideration. Next slide. So from all of the input we received, both the surveys, the design your own park, our own professional recommendations and experience, we developed 4 different concepts. And so, looking at that input and not by just, not in isolation, all these different pieces. So the tennis courts, the idea of maybe a gathering space, looking at these themes that bubble to the surface and deciding like what makes sense together. How can we work these amenities with these other amenities? And so coming up with 4 plans that represent a broad range of program elements and how they could work together. So these plans are in no way a percentage representation of what we heard, but just a representation of lots of different program elements that could fit on this site together. These 4 concepts were presented at the 2 open houses, and there was some dot voting involved. And so from there, meeting with town staff, going over all of the community input, including what we heard at the last open house, we have narrowed it down to 2 concepts that we want to present to you all tonight to get some specific feedback on. Next slide. So the first concept retains the 2 tennis courts and is, a little bit more of a nature forward. There's less programming. Some more improved tennis amenities like shade structure for the, within between the tennis courts, additional signage. There's some concern about just reserving court, or how do you, who's next in line? And so having some infrastructure for the tennis community to be able to work together to manage who is using the tennis courts. We've looked at some different parking configurations. So concept A shows parking on 6th Avenue. And then we've incorporated some nature-based play nodes, as well as, a specific nature play feature, but there's sort of nodes that circulate throughout the park. Maintaining the picnicking paths, boardwalks is that passive park use. And then we have the year-round restroom location proposed in this plan is near 6th Ave. So next slide. So here's a plan, and I don't know how visible that is for everybody. We do have some printed out over here. So if folks at some point want to take a closer look, they can certainly do that. So as you can see, we have the 2 tennis courts there, and they're in the exact same location, whether they are completely replaced with a new post-tension slab or we resurface and repair what's there. That'll sort of come up in the next steps, but bringing in that shade structure in the middle, a little bit more infrastructure to support the tennis players, some new practice boards. And again, that parking on 6th Ave, the restroom closer to 6th Ave there, more bicycle parking, the main pedestrian access coming off of 6th Ave, and then a small gathering space with a shade structure. So that shade, can be used by, of course, the tennis players or the community at large. And then the nodes, the nature play nodes, are kind of located along the trails that circulate throughout the site there. We also included a fitness structure. So folks, an outdoor fitness structure. So you could go and do like CrossFit style stuff, or and kids could play on it as well. I mean, I know I would see when my kids were littler playing like the ground is lava or whatever. So that has a little bit more of a flexible use aspect to it. And the idea is really, you know, we want the park to be used. We want it to be appealing to current residents and future residents. And we want to have some, you know, flexibility in use there. There are some boardwalks shown here that do go circulate through the wetlands. And then there's a little bit of a high spot on the southwest side of the site that's kind of surrounded by wetlands. And so we're just showing another little nature play node there, or quiet spot where people could go and just sort of sit really surrounded by nature. There's some reference as well to the crosswalks and perhaps incorporating some more artwork. I know that we have the bikeway that goes up 6th Ave and connects to the bridge. It goes over to Walter Byron Park. So kind of playing off of that, there's already a mural there, and maybe we can incorporate a little bit more art into the paving there. And that's really sort of a, you know, an ephemeral thing, because paint on asphalt doesn't last for years and years. So it's a fun way to incorporate sort of an evolving artwork. Go to the next slide. So concept B keeps one tennis court and then converts the other court space to a half court size multi-use court. So this could be used for a variety of court games. We have included in the plan about 1 basketball hoop, so it would be a half court. It could be striped for 4 square, and also just as a slab. I mean, kids will play, you know, whether it's putting on rollerblades or I know when Lynette worked with some of the youth, they talked about bringing their gymnastics mats to the park to put on the courts and play there. So it's a flat, hard surface that provides some flexibility and broader recreational use. So I think the programming on that could really vary. The parking in this plan is located within the site, within the park boundary. And then there's a larger central gathering space with a shade structure. And this also allows for a larger sort of nature playground, a really like iconic playground, and perhaps some interactive art sculpture could be incorporated into that play area. There, we did maintain some passive park use with picnic areas and paths and boardwalks. And then the year-round restaurant is located a little bit more interior to the site. Next slide. So here is the graphic representation of what I just said. The tennis court remains, or the single tennis court remains on the east side. And then the half court is more close to the interior of the site. We did have, I know that, you know, some concerns have come up around noise, you know, whether it's basketball or other court games. We did place the restrooms between that half court and the adjacent residences, and there, you know, if noise and busyness of the park is a concern, we can look at different fencing options as well to create some more privacy. And either of these, like this parking could be interior to the site, or it could be on 6th Ave. So this is an example of like, that could work in either location on either plan. So that's one consideration. That could be more buffer space if that was a strong desire. So that the public plaza area is to the south of the half court area. So that has some, you know, shade structure, some more picnic tables, and then they're more, again, more of a robust sort of nature playground. We did include some boardwalks here and some natural paths circulating throughout the site as well. So those are the main elements of these two concepts. You can go to the next slide. And the key difference is really concept A retains 2 tennis courts. Concept B is 1 tennis court and 1 half multi-use court. The concept A recreation mix is really, you know, tennis and passive / nature play. So a little bit quieter. Concept B has a broader recreational potential activities and a larger community gathering space. And then parking on concept A is on 6th Ave, And on concept B, it's internal to the site. And then just, the overall neighborhood impact. Concept A is likely going to be a little bit quieter. Concept B invites in a little bit more activity, a little bit more community gathering space. Next slide. So really, we're asking council to provide some guidance on the court configuration. So the recreation focus, what is appropriate, what is comfortable for this site, what is the community comfortable with, what parking approach best fits this site, as well as, how that works with public works and functions for maintenance. The level of acceptable disturbance to the wetlands. So we are showing those boardwalks, and so whether that's off limits or yes, we can go through the wetlands a little bit. So that's something I want to hear from you. And then if there are any additional program elements that you'd like to see included, or if there's stuff on here that you're like, that's not appropriate here, we'd love to hear that and get direction to create our preferred plan. Next slide. So we created this decision matrix to kind of talk about those initial things, and we can talk through this now. We did pass out copies of the plan and this decision matrix, but before we go into this, does council have any questions or want to go into any more detail?
I do have some questions. How are you, Mr. Mayor? Are you going to, should we direct questions about the two designs now or wait till after public comment?
No, I think we're open to questions from council to staff right now.
Okay.
And then we'll take public comment. And then we'll potentially make some direction decisions.
And I do have a question. On concept B, so we're looking at two concepts. There were 4 presented originally.
Yeah, and we do have those. We can flip to those if we want to go through those.
I just wanted to confirm that it was decided by staff and your team to bring these two to council based on what you saw in comments and survey. Okay. On concept B, we have the half court. If this was chosen, could that half court be turned in its construction so that the backboard and what could be, because you have a picture of it here, what could be a small goalie net for people to go out and kick those, could that be turned away from the tennis court so as not to interfere with people playing tennis? They're trying to focus on their game and getting hearing a basketball hit the backboard right next to that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Would that fit? Would turning that fit in this plan?
Yeah, we could rotate it 90 degrees, maybe that backboard, or maybe the basketball hoop is at the north end of that, but we could definitely look at that so that we don't create a conflict between those.
Okay, thank you. And then in reference to either one of these concepts, or quite frankly, any of the 4, I've been out there a couple of times, walked around the neighborhood, and I went a couple of times to make sure I was catching as much as I could catch as if I was a resident of that neighborhood. And one of the things that I'm concerned about, or I think I would be concerned if I was, say, in Mary's place or her next door neighbor there, is I'd be concerned about it now, is noise. I can relate to that. And what could be done, or are there options that regardless of what decision was made, that we could start to really use this opportunity, use these funds that came with this grant, which I believe can only be used for this park, to start to mitigate that? I know Mary has a fence, her neighbor does not. Are there types of paints that could be used on courts? Are there plantings we could put in there? Are there thicker noise barriers that could be put up against the fences? Like what are the best practices for that?
Yeah.
Bermed.
What's that?
Could be bermed.
Bermed. Yeah. Bermed.
That's, if you look at the parking and having that on 6th Ave, then that gives us more space for buffering. And that could be bermed, it could be vegetation, on the berm as well as fencing. And so I think it's working with the, you know, the adjacent neighbors. Some people might want a fence, some people might not want a fence. So I think really working with them to see what feels good and comfortable for them. As far as the court surface, I mean, for this climate, we're either, you know, it's either going to be sort of repairing what's there, or a post-tension slab is kind of what works.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I again, regardless of which concept is picked, I would like to see some effort at this point where we are going to do something, where something is going to happen here, to make sure that we start to maybe mitigate for the neighbors there. It's the only question I have right now.
Anybody else?
I'm
Question?
just curious if, first off, thank you for putting so much effort into all of this, and all the community. I recognize it for the long process, and really important. But also I'm curious with this, with snow storage being the alley, if parking were to move to the road, how would that impact snow storage in town? And maybe that's answered by someone else.
Well, I mean, it's a conversation that we've had with Chris and Addison Public Works. And as far as that, the snow storage that's currently being placed there would potentially just need to happen elsewhere, need to be trucked. And I think how we deal with that in this plan, we can certainly provide snow storage for the amenities that are there. So if we want winter access and we want to keep that road plowed, we will have snow storage to keep the park accessible and the amenities that are there accessible. But as far as like how the larger town manages the snow storage and losing that space for snow storage is something that Public Works is aware of, and we'll have to address. So does that answer your question?
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Negative?
Any questions?
For questions for staff?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Zach, you good? Dan? All right. Thank you, Margaret. Appreciate that.
Let's see, it just talks about where we'll go from here. So it is important to maintain our schedule with a grant funding. So getting clear direction as soon as possible is important. And we want to have the park under construction this summer. So yeah. That is the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
With that, we will now open for public comment. So now would be the time. If you came here to speak about Pioneer Park, please state your name and address. And again, please keep it under 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Obviously, Pioneer Park is a very popular topic, and you guys probably knew that coming into this. And I also wanted to echo Mr. Allen's comments about how important this is to get your feedback from your constituents. So thank you for that opportunity. What I want to talk about a little bit tonight, we're going to break down some of the comments and thoughts that we had around Pioneer Park. What I wanted to talk about was the survey that we had. Thank you for sending that out. My background is in customer data collection. I worked for Compaq, Dell, and Apple before I retired here. And so I have a little bit of experience with how surveys work. And I got to tell you that from our perspective, it felt like there were some predetermined decisions already made that caused a little bit of bias in the survey itself. So for example, I'm going to give you just 3 questions that came out and kind of what the impression was on your constituents when we saw that survey. Question 5 says, what keeps you from using Pioneer Park more often? That assumes that we're not going to use it more often, or assumes a more of a negative answer on that. Survey response were required to choose 3 things, all of them being negative. So nothing there to give us an opportunity to say, hey, we do use the park quite a bit. We like the way the park is, or anything along those lines. So that's question 1. It's actually question 5. with the first question that we had that was a little bit of a concern. Question 6 says, for what age groups would you like to see more or different facilities? 72% said that they preferred facilities for adults. 37% said same for seniors. So a very high direction towards the more adult usage of that. I think you mentioned that Walter Byron has a great facility for children. There's also a facility out near the elementary school. It's a great park for kids as well. So I appreciate that we don't want to duplicate or replicate what's already out there. However, it felt like when we looked at the concepts, 4 concepts, 3 out of the 4 concepts were all about more about the children and multi-use parks instead of the tennis courts that are there today. So that was a bit of a concern. Also, there's a little bit of an element of double surveying. Love to have kids input, obviously, but you've surveyed their parents, and then you basically surveyed the kids as well. So there's going to be a bias to that answer, and that would have skewed things normally. However, we still found out that many people wanted the 2 courts, and it was more directed towards adults. Finally, question 8 was, the park currently has 2 tennis courts. What would you prefer to happen to these 2 courts? 40% of the survey respondents requested to keep both courts, 40%. That's pretty big these days when it comes to surveys. The breakdown of the rest of the elements were in the teens. So when you look at that, it was overwhelmingly an interest of people to have both tennis courts. Yet, once again, we had 3 out of the 4 options when we came to do the sticker voting that directed us towards something other than two courts. I don't know if that was the intention, but that's kind of what it felt like to the consumer here. When I say consumer, I mean constituent. I'm out of the other business.
We are at time at 3 minutes, just so.
I'll be done right now. So bottom line, to your constituents, it felt like there was a decision that was already made. And that was a concern that kind of raised flags for a lot of us. Now, the rest of the folks that are going to be talking about different elements, I was just going to talk about the survey. But yeah, that was our final thoughts on that. So bottom line is we're concerned that the decision was already made. Okay.
Your name and address?
My name is Brian Randall. I live on 401 Creekside, which is right across from Walter Byron. And we use the tennis courts quite a bit. Okay. Thanks.
Someone else? Yeah, thank you.
My name is Margie Hook. I also live at 401 Creekside. I sent all of you a letter with a longer summary of my observations and my analysis of the project so far. But what I wanted to talk about today is the neighborhood master plan again, which I believe is getting lost in all of this. I've participated in several neighborhood master plans in my life, and I know that they're a tremendous amount of work, and they are very serious documents. It creates a good faith agreement between the town and its residents to help guide future development decisions. And while I do understand that Frisco has grown a little bit since that was created and will continue to grow, the neighborhood master plan hasn't been redone, which means that it is still the standing document that needs to guide decisions of this sort. And what I'm most concerned with is this seems to be lost in the process, in addition to the survey comments that Brian just had. If you go to your community twice in 6 years and you ask them for their opinion on something and they give you a consistent opinion, which in this case was to keep both tennis courts and invest in the tennis courts, and you do something else, you absolutely destroy community trust. And I have a great fear of that because Frisco is an incredibly special place and there is an amazing community spirit here. And if we start to degrade that by disregarding good faith agreements, I think we're in for an unpleasant time. And that is all I had to say. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is George Montanez. I live at 120 North 7th. And I moved to Frisco because everything is in my backyard. Boy, I love this place. You know, it's got something for everyone. It's a place for everything, whether it's the middle school for pickleball or field sports or the adventure park and Nordic centers. And we also have a really great place to play tennis. It makes me that some of the changes, but I think my main point is to say that I think I appreciate the enhancement and improvement of what we have. And what we have are 2 great tennis courts. It makes me think about, recently I was looking to get a minivan because I thought I wanted to keep all my stuff in my rig, and wouldn't it be great to have all this stuff all the time where I could go and do all the things? And the reality is I do one thing at a time. And I like to play tennis, and I think we should really continue to improve and enhance what we have. Let's keep what we have versus this idea of what we might want to do. We like to play tennis. Thanks.
My name is Steve Wilson, just like the tennis racket, and I live on 291 6th Avenue. So I'm not the basketball, not the basketball. So I live at 291 6th Avenue, and I can hear on occasion. I can hear the tennis. I certainly could hear the pickleball back when that was being played. But my main reason for coming here was, I think it's already been addressed, and that's that you heard your constituents, and you've said that you appreciate that. So I wanted to thank you for that, and also echo what the others are about to say for the tennis courts. I really like the tennis courts. They seem to be in good working order. It seems to be a growing sport amongst the community and in the country. And I think we should keep them there. My first original preference would be, I'm an old curmudgeon, so I know you're not going to do this, but I would just like to see the money not spent. You know, we all pay taxes at every level. And I know this isn't Frisco funds, but it comes from our taxes. So that'd be my preference, but I know that cat's out of the bag, horse out of the barn, whatever. So I would like to see the tennis courts stay. And one of the biggest reasons is for the demand for tennis, and also for the sound levels of other things. If you look at basketball as a comparison, it's 70 to 80 decibels. Tennis is 40 to 60. Pickleball was 70 to 85. Now, pickleball used to be played there, and it was taken out because of the sound level. So basically the same sound level as basketball. So tennis 40 to 60, basketball 70 to 80. That's a logarithmic scale. I don't know if you remember your logs from school. I had to look it up, but increase of 10 decibels is 10 times the volume. So if you go from, say, 50 as an average to 75 as an average, that's like 15 times louder. That's loud. It's too loud, really. I don't care how tall you put the berms. I've lived behind berms before. But so that's my biggest concern. I just wanted to echo the demand for tennis and like to see it stay that way. Thank you.
You.
I'll be quick. Hi, my name is Elizabeth McBurney. I've played tennis since I was 5, so I'm a serious tennis player. Played in college, still play. I've played on all the courts around here. Those two are my favorite. I would encourage that we keep them both. The design in Concept B is similar to the current situation at Rainbow Park in Silverthorne. There's a sport court next door, and it's mayhem. And if you are a serious tennis player, it's not the most ideal situation. So thank you for the opportunity, and I hope you guys will keep it with 2 tennis courts.
Give your address really quick.
4 Alpine Drive.
Thank you.
I'm Carolyn Lamar, and my husband and I have lived at 251 North 6th Avenue for 23 years. We are 70 feet from the fence of the tennis courts. They are well used. I've heard people in the background say, "Oh, no one ever uses them." We live there 24/7. I know, and I can tell you, they are used. Even when they took the nets down this fall, there were people still playing tennis with no net. Yes, they're used, and people wait for courts when the courts are full, and they're usually full in the summertime. Tennis is perfect for our neighborhood because it's quiet. It's about 45 decibels on average, right? And it just, I have to literally go out on the deck to see if someone's playing because I can't hear it in the house. On contrast, basketball is anywhere between 70, 80, sometimes even 90 decibels. And as what Steve said, I mean, that's like 1,000 times louder. 35% in our perception. And in 2013, the town of Frisco, bless their hearts, did move the pickleball over to the middle school, which was, thank you. We'd like to absolutely have more people enjoy that park. It is a wonderful little park. It is just filled with nature, and the wildflowers in the springtime are just amazing. And I would love to have to share that with more people, for sure. And I think what everyone is saying, I thank you very much for your concerns about us who actually live 70 feet from, we measured it, 70 feet from the tennis courts. And we really appreciate that. And we really appreciate you listening and making decisions. And hopefully the tennis courts will be there for more decades. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, folks. My name's Mike Kruger. I live at the end of North Fifth Avenue, 317 North Fifth. I grew up playing tennis, been a huge part of my life. High school, college, I captained the men's tennis league here for years and years. We had a 4-0 traveling team, and I've been in charge of tennis around the county for a long time and know a lot of the courts and the pros and whatnot in town. I'm the guy that went out within 24 hours. I don't know if you guys remember when the backboard got tagged with graffiti. I'm the guy that went out there, bought the paint, and painted it over. I know it happened again, and town council and some of the town staff ended up doing it, but I care about tennis. I care about our neighborhood, and I love the courts that we have there. I played hundreds of times on these courts, and in my opinion, they're actually the very best courts in the whole county. This comes from a guy who plays tennis all the time. The windscreens are key. The trees are key. The lack of noise is a huge one. And, any court that's going to come up with, to your point, balls getting kicked against the fence and people running around doing exercise in your line of sight when you're trying to serve or return is ludicrous to a tennis player. You wouldn't want, if you played tennis, you would never, ever want to have that noise or the visual distraction that would come along with any of the concepts that you're talking about here. The overwhelming majority of times I played on these courts, there's always been somebody else playing on at the exact same time, not necessarily always in conjunction with one another, but these courts get used, and they're not used 100% of the time, of course, but none of our facilities are. And this is the only public tennis courts that are clearly used with a great deal of frequency. And the parking lot has never been full anytime, and I appreciate where they're going with the parking if all these other amenities come in, but you wouldn't have enough parking spots if you put a multi-court use facility in there. You would have dozens of people that are trying to show up and play ball or whatever. You wouldn't have enough parking. So that, you're overburdening the amount of space that we have to deal with there. In reading the park agenda topics, item 2 suggests you're considering this court, and I'm guessing that it's partly due to the survey summary. One of the questions you specifically asked was, what keeps you from using Pioneer Park more often? 43% of the respondents said the amenities don't match my preferred activities. And if that's the one answer that prompted you guys to consider alternate uses for this park, then I would also like to suggest you should send out a similar survey about the skateboard park near the Frisco Adventure Center, and guess how many people say that it does not match their preferred activity. There's 80% of our community would say they're not going to go skateboarding. It's a very specific usage, as are our tennis courts in the town. And if this is the survey you're gonna do and the results that you're looking to make informed decisions, then pull the skateboard park out and put a multi-use court there. I mean, seriously, I mean, when I read the survey, I'm like, this doesn't make sense, what you guys are asking. Tennis courts are not designed to be used by all. Baseball diamonds are not designed to be used by all. Skateboard parks are not designed to be used by all. Please don't make this park try to be all things to all people. It never works. You can't have everything. You simply can't. I mean, this is a tennis facility for our town. From a tennis player standpoint, I would encourage you guys to consider that tennis is a game that takes a lot of concentration. If you play at certain levels, and even as beginners and people that are learning, it takes concentration. There's a lot of moving parts to tennis. And, you know, why is Wimbledon and everybody, you got to be quiet when people are serving, you're watching the big matches. There's a reason for that. It takes concentration. And so anyway, what if one of them becomes a multi-court? What happened to the noise? What happened to the noise around the people and within the neighborhood? It's going to ruin the game. It's going to ruin our neighborhood as far as I'm concerned. From a homeowner within 100 yards of that park, I personally think the current use of the park is exactly as it should be. It's low impact, low volume, very limited traffic. The way it's set up right now, nobody drives by quickly, et cetera, with the dirt road there. It actually makes it very pleasant and quiet and a perfect place to go play tennis. And you guys are trying to take away really the very best tennis facility in all of Summit County. I played on every single public court there is. Why would you ruin a great thing? I encourage you to really think about what's important to tennis players here as well as the neighborhood. And I thank you guys for your time.
My name is Mary Waldman, 261 North 6th Avenue. I would like to add my voice in support of keeping Pioneer Park free from basketball or any type of multi-purpose court for many of the thoughtful reasons that already shared by our neighbors here. Frisco already has wonderful spaces designed for larger gatherings and high energy recreation, including the historic park on Main Street, the Walter Byron Park, and the Meadow Park. What we do not currently have is a quiet outdoor sanctuary, one where working professionals, residents, and visitors can step away from the bustle of downtown during lunch break or after work and enjoy a calmer, more peaceful environment. Pioneer Park has long fulfilled that role. It's tennis courts and forested setting that offers something distinct from our other parks, and that difference is valuable. Rather than making Pioneer Park similar to spaces we already have, I respectfully suggest preserving it as a quiet, neighborhood-scaled park that serves a different need within our community. If the town feels there's a genuine need for a multi-purpose court, then I would look at that Walter Byron Park, located just half a block away, not 2 blocks, offers an ample open space and fewer residential impacts. In particular, there's an existing sand volleyball court. There's an underutilized and often sits empty for much of the year. Repurposing that space could allow for more residents to enjoy the multi-use facility in a location that's better suited for higher activity levels. I hope this option will be given serious consideration as the town looks for a balance in recreation, livability, and unique character of each park. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mary.
Hello, I'm Megan Nuttleman, and I'm at 36 Hahn Drive. Hi, everyone. Great to see all the support. I love Frisco. I'm start there. I've chosen Frisco over and over again. We've lived here for 17 years, and we've chose to raise our family here. And I really appreciate hearing the perspective of the tennis players, and just came on this evening late with my 3rd grader to share a different perspective. I first wanted to say thank you to the group and the community for such an inclusive way throughout this process of bringing in all the different ideas and opinions. And my son was able to participate in the Design Your Own Park through Frisco Elementary, and it was really impactful for him just to see that civic participation and participate. We came to the open houses and everyone was so welcoming and it really made a lasting impact on him. And so I just wanted to say thank you. And that's why we're here tonight past his bedtime. And he's doing great. So, sorry, I want to read my notes, otherwise I'll get distracted. So I'm here tonight representing not just my opinion, but many local families who deeply care about this issue as well, who are home tonight with their children doing homework and bedtime and the everyday duties of raising kids in our community. And it is hard to get out and there's a lot going on. And I think there's just a real gap for older kids, teens, even adults who are looking for an active place to gather, play, and connect. Walter Byron Park is amazing. Frisco's amazing. Again, this is why it's open with I choose it over and over again. And I think that there's been some really great points tonight about having different types of space and how we could utilize those different areas. But this opportunity has been raised, so I'm here tonight to speak regarding it. As kids grow, they're aging out of the existing play structures at Walter Byron, and we need opportunities for safe, active outdoor play. And that's just a little more limited in Frisco. And I'd like to say that children's laughter in a park is precious, and it's a sign of health, connection, and community. And creating spaces that encourage kids to be outside, moving their bodies, and engaging with one another rather than being indoors on screens is not just a benefit to families, but our entire community. And yes, we have Walter Byron and the tiny Meadow Creek Park, which we frequent because it's by our house, and there's no adult swings, there's just baby swings. Drives me crazy. But anyway, tonight we're not asking to replace the tennis courts, and I definitely hear the noise concern. I just think that the idea of a multi-purpose court creates a more inclusive space for families and kids, while being if we can incorporate reasonable hours or whatever fences or noise barriers, I think there's opportunity is all I'm saying. To take everyone into consideration, but have a multi-use court and the tennis court. And there's really no space like that in Frisco. And parking to me isn't a concern. Look at Walter Byron. There is no parking. We walk, we bike. No one is driving there anyways. So I don't think it's an issue. And I don't think it's an either or choice. I think we can support tennis and we can also create a space that serves more people more often. It's a small addition with a big impact and one that reflects the inclusive, forward-thinking community that Frisco strives to be. So thank you for your time. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you so much.
There, I'm Sandy Bruns. I live at 320 North 6th Avenue, which is on the cul-de-sac adjacent to this park. I've always loved the park and wish somebody would do something really nice with it. So I'm delighted that you are all doing this. I'm also delighted to see so many of my neighbors here who care about this park as much as I do. And we all are very much in favor of keeping the tennis courts, I would believe, because they are low impact, low sound. They are always used. I walk by several times a day. Well, they aren't used in the winter, but in the summer when I walk by, they are always used. And just doing something beautiful and relaxing and nice with that park is what I believe we all want. And the fact that we are all here says to me, you should be listening to us because we are the people who elected you. And we rely on you to do what we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. My name is Lena Lesnes. I live at Marina Park, about a block away from this park. And I don't want to speak about the courts too much. I'm a terrible tennis player, but I have used it. I have played tennis at these courts. I enjoy watching tennis, and I know that they are used, so I will let everybody else speak about the courts. I will say that I think this park, I walk by it all the time. I've lived there almost 20 years, and I feel like this park is very underutilized. I think that we can do something special with this space rather than leaving it as it is. I hear what people are saying about leaving it as a quiet space, but I do think we have limited park space in this town, and it can be fake. The part of the other half of the park where there's just over vegetated and it's just underutilized. Nobody's ever there. It doesn't look like a park, doesn't feel like a park. It's not an inviting space. It just sits there. I just feel like it can be really improved. And I like the options of option B or option 2. I feel like those wetlands don't bring a ton, and there can be better connections to Galena Street, and the space can just be improved. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Yeah, Dan, come on up, or Justin. Which
Hi, I'm Dan McCrary. I live on the other side of town, 375 Belford Street. I've been playing tennis on and off out there for 20, 30 years, and it is actually a really cool facility, even though it's kind of jank. There's, dirt all around it and stuff like that, and the pine needles are falling on it, and there's no brooms to sweep up anything, or, there's not much there. But if you guys gotta do it, then I appreciate that. And I'm here to give my strong support to both tennis courts. And if you have to put in a multi-use court there or something, you can always just fill in a little bit of wetlands and then bank some down there at the preserve, right? Something like that. But I really am a strong supporter of maintaining both tennis courts. And your decision tonight, okay, is, option 1, concept A, both tennis courts. Whatever happens to any of your minor adjustments that you'd like to see here and there, I don't think disturbs anybody in the tennis community, as long as we have 2 courts to play on. Thank you.
Dan.
I want to echo those comments about, I think this is a great way to have democracy, and it's really great to see all these people here speaking on this. So thank you, council, and thank you to the folks working on this project. I'm in strong support of some minor improvements to this park. I haven't played tennis in 40 years, but it sounds like I'm going to have to, because sounds like an awesome set of courts. And my name is Justin Pollock. I'm a business owner at 507 Main Street, and we've got windowless treatment rooms. So when my wife and I take our lunch breaks, we go to that park, and there's only 2 picnic benches. And so I'm really happy that there's going to be some improvements. I would agree with Mary that it's a really nice sanctuary, and having some of that old growth forest there, preserving that, having, whether it's option A or B with walkways and kind of open picnic areas, I think that's great. So thanks you guys for working on this, and thanks for listening to community about it.
Thanks, Justin. Can you also give us just your home address?
Our home address is Bill's Ranch. So I'm in the county. I don't get to vote for any of you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers would like to give their input? Kate? Hi.
I'm Kate Marone. My address is 1 Miners Creek Road. I guess I'm just here to represent, I feel, an underrepresented part of the community, and that's local families that maybe haven't participated as much in this process as some other groups in the community. Thank you for the improvements to Walter Byron. I guess it's been like 5 years now, but it's way better and it's great and we love it. But there is a point where kids age out of that park, and there's a underserved group of big kids, late elementary into middle school, where it would be great if the community provided somewhere for them to congregate, to communicate, to play. I hear the concerns about noise, and I think there's hopefully ways that some of that can be mitigated. But if our goal is to be quieter, let's buy them all tablets and video games and stick them in their bedrooms. That's not what Frisco is about. That's not what our community of people that value recreation and sport is about. Let's figure out a way that a larger portion of the community can utilize the space that doesn't negatively impact people or negatively impacts them as little as possible, but let's broaden the use. I understand tennis courts, but is there a reason why each tennis court couldn't also be striped for other sports? So if tennis players arrive first, they can play tennis, but if people arrive sooner and they want to play basketball, then that's what's going on in that space. 2 courts is great. I don't think any particular court should be designated for one single sport. I think Frisco has some other great places for people to exercise and play, but like the skate park is great, the bike park is great. There's a point in time where families and children can get there easier without driving. The age that I'm thinking of, late elementary and, you know, into the beginning of middle, I don't know if my kids are crossing Highway 9, 6 lanes to go play without me. So this neighborhood park where children and families could come and go, not by car, but by foot, by bike, I think it's a valuable space. I've been here 19 years. I would like to know when people are playing tennis because I haven't really. I believe it's a very underutilized park. And I think if we broaden the types of use there, that it will get more use and we can try to do it as quietly as possible while also not becoming the people on the screens in their houses who don't really know each other anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Anyone else in chambers would like to make comment? Not necessarily. Is there anybody online, Stacy?
Not seeing any, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
If you're online and you want to make a comment, please raise your hand.
They're just listening.
Yeah, okay. With that, we will close public comment. Thank you, everybody, for showing up and being passionate about all of our amenities. It's greatly appreciated, and it does make a difference to show up and speak publicly. So we do appreciate that. You know, tonight we're not necessarily going to come up with absolute direction on this. This was supposed to be a work session item, which is really just a discussion about the future and what we may want to do or may not want to do, or just give the designers some other direction. Yeah, with that, thank you all for coming and giving input. I appreciate it very much. You are welcome to stick around and hear, you know, what comes out. You know, we do have to take everybody into consideration. Thank you.
So are you discussing what you just heard now?
We will be discussing the future of this design and what we individually think we would want to see there. Right, yeah. And, you know, we are your representatives, you know, so if you guys feel that, you know, we're representing you or not, that's, you know, that can come forward during elections. So it's appreciated. All right, with that, we will turn it back over to council and open it up for council discussion. So does anybody want to kick it off?
Jump into it right away?
Yeah, sure. You know, I mean,
Well, we looking at, are you guys still, you're still running it, huh? We're looking at talking about the options or something, or are we just gonna?
Do you have more to present?
Yeah.
There's not more to present. They were hoping to end at some point by leading you through this matrix so that they can get you some direction. Get direction from you.
Yeah.
okay. You want me to start? Or do you want to jump in there, Dan?
Well, I know, kind of the questions they were gonna ask us, and I'm just wondering whether that's still on the table and stuff
absolutely.
like that. Yeah, so. So I'd like to have somebody present those questions. Do you have them written down here? Oh, we have them right here. Yeah.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah.
Bring this, yeah, this.
I'd probably like to actually say something before we get into that. I'd say the input in person has an impact on, on my decision at least. And I'd probably be looking for some more data as far as how many people input on, on each item. I know tonight we had about 10, talk for the tennis courts. We had 2 that talked about other uses. You guys did do the charrette and or the online, and so we do have to take everyone's consideration into mind. And there is something about, as a father of a 13-year-old, there is something about you don't have time to come to council to speak publicly. So we did today just receive a few letters on both sides of the issue, for and against. Keeping the courts or only one court is what these particular letters were about. So I would want to give them as much of a voice because they at least took the time to do that. And so with that,
Just want to add
yeah,
to just this piece of what you just said, and I'll ask Margaret. Somebody brought up question number 8, and this has been kind of lingering in my mind for a while since I read through this a few times. 40% keep both, improve condition. Then there's 11% convert for alternative court games. And then in my mind, I'm combining that with the 28% keep one, convert one for other court uses. So to me, I'm just struggling with this. I'm so conflicted right now. But in my mind, they're equal, like keeping one tennis court and then building a multi-use court. And I don't know how you guys are reading that, but that's how I see it. That's really tripping me up here. I don't know if I'm reading that weird, but I feel like I owe both sides, like it's right down the middle. So I'm just letting you know how hard of a time I'm having. So
yeah.
I'm just reading this like, there's equal amount saying keep one, multi-use.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, that's where really I'd like to, and maybe eventually we could come to, quantify the input that we've gotten. And I know during the charrette, when everybody had 5 stickers each. And I know it's hard to say, personally, I think I placed 2 stickers that day, just because that was my choice at the time. And so it's hard to say that with X amount of stickers, you had X amount of people, but I would assume, took down everybody that walked in that day at the very least. And then online, we'd have the ability to determine or quantify that as well. So I appreciate it. Yeah. I don't expect an answer right now for that, unless you have it.
Well, we do have, I would say, we had 330 completed surveys, 68 partial surveys. At the Design Your Own Park, there were around 25 people that signed in, but then there were also some couples. So there may have been closer to maybe a little bit more than 30 people that showed up at that event. And then on the for the open house, that one we didn't have as many people sign in because they were the same faces coming back, and they're like, oh, we're good. I would say throughout the course of that, maybe there weren't as many people as the original open house. it was sort of coming and going, but maybe that was around 20. So there was definitely good engagement, and people that are passionate about it definitely showed up as much as they could and in different ways. Folks that were able to and time permitted for them to do that.
And then that got hammered down to what you're determining here off of the pie chart, right? Where we're basically half and half.
Right.
Basically. I'm sorry if you're passionate. I understand you're passionate, but that is the case, right? We have to take in,
That number, I know I'm not supposed to.
we have to take that into consideration. Thank you. We appreciate it. I'm happy to talk another time, if you want to meet me for coffee. Anybody is welcome to reach out to me individually. I'm one of 6 tonight, and I'm happy to discuss. So that's, yeah, let's just put that out there.
If you don't mind. So I just want to be clear about what our consultant just said. So I just want, because I'm having a little difficulty with really deciding because the questions were different. And I sort of read it the same way that Elizabeth is reading it too. And that's from I'm reading it 100% from an objective point of view. It's hard sometimes to take sentences and questions and really try to define where you're finding the connections, right? Where you're finding where people are agreeing or maybe not agreeing. I get it when you have multiple questions. You are kind of saying that when you look at that data, it's about 39.8% to 40% in your mind of people who would prefer 2 courts and then multi-courts. Like that's where it's sitting right now in your mind.
It's pretty in the survey responses, if you take, 40% said, yes, keep 2 courts. And then the remainder, 60% are open to exploring other uses of the
Yeah,
court.
let me be clear. I mean, again, because it's probably me not being clear enough about this because I'm an idiot at this stuff. I really am. Clearly the 40%, because the question was phrased that way. Clearly 40% have said we want 2 courts. I get that. That's set. There are another 60% who responded. And when you start to dial into those, about 39.8 or so, you're interpreting as saying they would want to take one of those courts away.
They're open to taking one of the, and so I think one of the nuances here is that the folks that want 2 tennis courts, that's very definitive. They want 2 tennis courts. Other people were like, oh, maybe we could do a multi-court. And some of those folks I think feel very strongly about it, whether it's a full court basketball or other things that could be used on court, futsal, Foursquare, just again, sort of like blacktop games, whatever they might be.
They're not specifically looking for a basketball court.
Exactly. Yeah. It's
But they're looking for something else to be utilized.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And, another consideration is, we have 2 tennis courts. If they remain 2 tennis courts, there still is the opportunity to shift that use, whether it's programming, designing the courts could accommodate, say, a future basketball hoop, or, I think in that direction, keeping 2 tennis courts preserves an opportunity to go to something else in the future if recreational trends change, if that's the shift that really feels right for the community, versus if we go to 1 tennis court and a half court, or, if we go in that direction, that eliminates a tennis court. It's not likely that we go back in the other direction. So I think that's something to consider as well.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
How the space is programmed. One idea is, we can have a very large opening in the fence that can be just left open in the winter. That space could be used for like building an igloo, or but opening it up a little bit more so that it feels welcoming and like public space that anybody can use, especially when it's not going to be used for tennis.
Right.
The other, oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, please, go
Like
ahead.
the next thing that is making this hard for me is the fact that most of the money for this park, or a lot of the money for this park, is coming from a grant that's attached to our affordable housing project. And I don't know, I guess I'm conflicted with this group of people, but also, like, are we just enhancing a tennis park with this money? What is the goal beyond tennis? I'm just really struggling with this, because, kind of like people were talking about the volleyball court, and everyone has a different perception of the tennis courts. Either they're used all the time, and the other side, I hear both a lot, or I've never seen anybody there. And so that doesn't help me with this at all, because I hear strongly on both sides all the time. And so that doesn't make my decision very easy, because I hear nobody's ever there. I've never seen anybody there, But then I use my own experience for the last 30 years that I've lived here. I have played volleyball on the crooked, not even properly lined volleyball court at least once a week every summer, sometimes 3 times a week, with a large group of people. But people think nobody uses that court, but I use it all the time. So this is like driving me nuts. And I'm throwing this out there so that we can all consider that I'm struggling.
Well, it's good to know that you're struggling, because this is a struggle, and we have a lot of representation, which is good and important. So we'll discuss here more. There are a few things, being that this was supposed to be a work session item, we don't have to make any decision if we choose not to. We could potentially make a decision on the other items and leave the tennis courts out for now. We could, and discuss between ourselves and with our constituents more on this item before we're making solid decision on what it is. Yes, please.
Just a small point of order on that. My strong recommendation would be that you not take any action tonight by way of a motion that could be constituted as an action. The reason for that is that on the agenda, we have simply listed this as a discussion item. As you've noted, to allow for public input, instead of having a work session where you cannot take action. The Open Records Act would suggest that if you want to take action, you need to tell the world you're going to have a discussion and potentially take action. So my suggestion to you is, if you want to take some action on this in a formal sense, rather than simply give your feedback and your opinions to staff, you need to reset this for another day. The other thing to remember on all this is there will be a day down the road when you will take formal action on this, if you decide to go forward with improvements at all, by way of approving a construction contract that is going to have a scope of work with a specific plan attached to it. That is your point of formal action, I would suggest to you, right? Until then, you can give guidance to staff, but you don't have a final plan to approve, with all due respect. You've got a couple of potential options that have not even been fleshed out into a form that you could take a formal action on. So with due respect, because of the way this has been agendized, my recommendation is that you not take any formal action tonight. Provide whatever comments you want to staff. If you want to reset this as you suggested in the future, so you can get more information and you'd like to make a decision at that point, perhaps a motion or a resolution to direct staff is what you'd like to see, that's perfectly appropriate, but we need to do it under a different agenda title. Otherwise, you potentially raise the claim from others who don't like your decision that you made a decision in a meeting that you did not provide notice that you were going to be making a decision, and that's the issue.
Very fair, thank you. As our legal counsel, we absolutely have to take that under advisement as well. But please, yeah, I mean, we're still discussing, it's open for discussion. We're not going to close it until you guys feel like you've said your piece.
I have a quick question from town staff and the consultants is, how is this grant timeline tied to our construction process? And if we don't give you clear guidance, at what point do you need clear guidance to execute on this and receive those grant funds?
I will say we're on a quite tight timeline for designing the park in order to get construction underway. I think end of August is one of the grant deadlines to have invoices completed, so construction will be quick, or as quick as we can make it. So the sooner you can provide your opinions, the better.
To get, just to follow that, to provide a little bit more clarity, in order to give the consultants time for design, for us to procure contractors, sign contracts, get contracts in front of you for decisions, we're probably trying to push you to the end of January to give final direction on this.
That would be like our drop dead. Yeah. Which is one more
meeting.
One more meeting.
Robin,
thank you. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just want to say I really appreciate the passion in this room about this project. What I'm hearing is that everybody in here wants this park to be utilized more. What I'm also hearing is that not everybody likes tennis, and tennis is maybe not like the most popular, easily accessible sport out there. I'm just curious if we can like think a little bit outside of the box, figure out ways to make tennis more accessible, make it more desirable, make it more exciting for the, middle schoolers, elementary schoolers, maybe even high schoolers. I don't know exactly how to do that, but some things that have just kind of popped into my mind, just like having equipment readily accessible. Maybe kids can like swing by, the info center and like check out a racket if they don't have one. Maybe there can be some like, I don't know, informational signs about how cool tennis is to like make it more desirable for people who want to use this space. So that way it does it can be utilized for everybody, but also it can still hold this is a peaceful tennis space. And with that, I'm also really excited about the ideas of having a little bit more like built out space for people to hang out. I was just visiting Pioneer Park before this meeting and just looking at 602 Galena and all these people that are going to be in apartments. And I think they're going to want to have outdoor spaces to just kind of relax. I think that could be really useful for teenagers and also for the adults that are living in 602 Galena, having these little hammock gardens and picnic benches and just spaces. I think it's really hard to like decide what everybody wants, but I think the consensus that I've heard is that everybody wants more people to be able to enjoy this space. So I'm just brainstorming and thinking, how can we think outside the box and make that all fit? I don't know.
I will add, Tom reminded me today that hammocks might not be a good idea because of the animals with antlers.
Oh, that's true.
I just trying to make you laugh.
That's a good point.
I guess I would like to see, if possible, from our staff and the folks working on this project, if there is a third design concept that could potentially come forward, and I don't know if this would be favorable with the tennis community, but where the one tennis court isn't necessarily eliminated, but it is multi-use. And I would imagine that the tennis community might say, it takes a lot of concentration. We don't want somebody on this half playing basketball or kids playing while we're playing a game of tennis here. But I feel that could maybe strike the balance where there's two tennis courts, first come, first serve. When those tennis courts aren't being utilized, there's opportunities for others to use that for other sports, for other activities in the winter, potentially building igloos or kids having fun in the snow. And maybe that's a middle ground. I love the idea of a multi-use court. If it eliminates one of those tennis courts and that upsets this huge, passionate piece of our community, then that might not be the right answer. But whatever we can do, again, to increase utilization. I have a 6-year-old at home. I know that he would love the opportunity to play basketball. He would love the opportunity to go there in the winter and build a snow fort. the tennis courts aren't used for, we know Summit County has almost an 8-month winter. There's a lot of the year that those tennis courts are not being utilized. I love that you guys are using them passionately and all the time in the summer, but I am curious if there's a better middle ground here.
I guess like asking Margaret, in her design, process, like I've been researching like all these different types of noise mitigation, ideas. And I guess I would really like to hear if we have time in this process of figuring this out. I would like to hear some options for noise mitigation. And I don't want this room to freak out right now, but I'm also looking at what would it take to have a full-size multi-use court with noise. And I just, I feel like if we're gonna do the half court, we might as well do the full court. And I think from the feedback I've been getting, phone calls, emails, text messages from people that are, I don't know, they're adding feedback for a full-size court. I don't know how to do the research on noise for that. I'm just trying to ask all the questions that people have asked of me beyond the room here. Because we don't really have anything like that. Like the skate park and the bike park, those are all already part of a recreation area. The PRA is a designated, that land was set aside for recreation. So that's part of a bigger park in my mind. And I'm looking at this as a mini park, and how do we accommodate all of these interests, I guess.
We have 54 workforce housing units that are going to come online in the next year, right there. We have another 50 down Main Street, which are going to be coming online. And, that's definitely a consideration, who's going to be occupying those units? What are they going to want to be doing as well?
Can I add a few things?
Please.
Couple of things when I think about the discussion. First of all, Kibby's being very quiet over there. That's my first take of him. I'm waiting for him to come out with a bomb at any second. Couple of things, observing all this, reading through the emails from multiple sides of this perspective. One quick question though for staff. We do not have any basketball or courts or hoop anywhere in town, correct?
There's a rim at the elementary school.
What's that?
There's a
Bar,
rim.
yeah, separate from the elementary school, right? So I'm keeping that separate. We've got the pickleballers over there. We're all happy that's over there.
That's the middle school.
That's the
Elementary
middle school,
school.
yeah. Oh, the elementary
Yeah.
school we have it. I'm sorry.
No,
My
it's
favorite.
just middle school. Pickleball.
No.
Oh, where the basketball room, elementary school.
Which is not accessible to the public 5 days a week.
But the one, so I'm sorry, it's the elementary school that has a hoop.
Rim, and it's like Zach said, it's
Not accessible to the public 5 days a week.
Okay, and it's a half court, full court.
It's a court.
It's not a court, it's just a basketball hoop.
Yeah.
So what I'm tossing around in my mind right now for everyone here is I hear the tennis players. I played tennis at one time in my life. I don't play it now. I played basketball at one time in my life. I don't play it now. But I'm hearing very vocally that the tennis players here in town really appreciate the 2 courts set up. It's their passion, and they would like to see that kept in this park as a 2-court park. I'm also hearing and feeling that there is a need in this town for more than just tennis, more than just skate park, more than just, there a lot of people play basketball. If you go to the Silverthorne Rec Center, pickleball's kind of taking that over too. But, usually when the basketball court is open, it's full. So people play basketball. And to me, as a council person for this town, I feel that when we have funds available, because it is not an endless bucket just to go build things in our very finite land of parks. We don't have a lot of land for parks. And it has to, in my mind, we have to look at these pieces of land and try and serve as much of, not only as much of our town residents as we can. again, these are the things I'm tossing around in my head right now. I really appreciate the comments from, I'm sorry, Kate, yeah. About how, you know, there are people here that did write in that do have kids and maybe they're not here for that reason. And then there are people here tonight, I'm sure, that have kids that figured out a way to get here. But I appreciate the idea that, especially in that junior high level and on up, having something for kids to do. And I mean, just, I think traditionally, a lot of times basketball would usually be picked over tennis, at least in what I've seen in most of my life. If you take a neighborhood, most kids are jumping towards basketball and tennis. Not all, but it's a pretty popular thing for kids to do. And right now we don't have anything for that. And then we also do have to look at Galena Street. There's a lot of different opinions about whether that should have been built, what it was built for, and I get that. But those are going to be our residents also. And to the point about the master plan in 2019, the master plan is a guide, it's a goalpost, but it can be modified as a living document. 2019 was 7 years ago. In my mind, we need to balance what that plan says and modify it as we have the ability to look into what's coming at us. So to me, just to make it clear, I do not consider the master plan to be an absolute law that can't be modified, but it should be respected. It certainly should be respected. So at this point, you know, I do feel there is a need for a hoop, a court. When I look at these plans, I would go against the half court. All right. I remember as a kid, there's nothing worse than a half court basketball court. All right. So if we were going to move forward with a basketball court,
Multi-use court.
Because again, you see the picture here. I'm sure the tennis players, I mean, you heard me say it. I mean, you know, it's a focus-based sport. So obviously, but you know, people could kick goals, do whatever soccer players would do on the tennis court. But in lieu of since I don't think there's any other compromise in the design, like I don't think we can move that half court to the other side of the park, right? Due to the wetlands and stuff like that, so we could keep both tennis courts.
Right, we would have to decide that it's okay to impact the wetlands.
Yeah, would it impact the wetlands, right? Which I'm completely against, a minimal impact of wetlands. So as we move forward in this discussion, because it doesn't sound like it's, what's that?
Is there not a way on the alleyway, like where it's just gravel, like to do that, say?
We could look at fitting it in that area. That does get closer to the adjacent residences. So there was some.
Yeah, and you heard me speak earlier. I am concerned. I mean, I walked it intently the other day, and I'm concerned about the noise. I get some people think tennis is very quiet. I live near a tennis court. I can hear a tennis court. I've lived next to a tennis court. You can hear tennis being playing. But again, certainly probably less so than a basketball court. But I am concerned about noise impact on 251 and Mary's Place, regardless of what's decided. So when I look at this, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. When I look at this, though, what could we, if this is possible, when I'm looking at Plan B, what could be given up as a compromise to keep the second court and maybe move that half court? We're not going to get another full court on that property. Or even maybe it's not possible. And we are looking at a quick window here. So you've got to give me the ugly truth, give it to me.
Right. I mean, it would be possible to, you know, keep both tennis courts and basically push that, if it was just a half court, to the west. We would have to take out some existing trees, some existing mature trees. And so, you know, it's a difficult, there's not a clear path forward in my mind.
No, I think the decisions that you guys presented were the most pragmatic, rational decisions. Like, that's taking up part of a court that's already there.
Yeah.
We're not cutting down any trees and stuff.
And, you know, it was pretty consistent across the board, the desire to preserve the natural character of the park. Like that was.
Well, just to lay this for me as part of the discussion is to pass this ball around a bit. Between concept A and B, I will flat out say that I would rather see the courts remain rather than have a half court. I would have no problem having a tennis court and a full court. So just to make that clear so everyone understands, I feel all these concerns have been brought up today. I appreciate. I got friends out here in this group right now that are mine that are pro tennis. I also feel we need to look at this as not a neighborhood park for that neighborhood. Uber alles, it needs to be considered. But this is a park for Frisco residents, not just tennis players. That's how I feel we have to look at it. In my mind, that's how I feel as this town grows. We have to start considering those things. So, but that's not on the table right now. So to be clear, not for B, we're only giving these two, I'm for A.
As we were discussing, sort of, initially we had hoped to bring one plan forward to this meeting, but
Would've been
it's,
easier.
it's so split. And the reason we chose to present the half court is that the option to keep the 2 tennis courts is an option to keep 2 full-size courts, because that the use can be changed. And like I said earlier, whether it starts off as 2 tennis courts and trends change, or it becomes very obvious that this needs to be a multi-use court, it still keeps that option open.
I like to also say, thank you for that. To Ryan's point about one of the tennis courts being maybe utilized with multi-use, I don't think that's feasible. I mean, you can't ask tennis players to constantly put up their tennis nets. And basketball players take down their tennis nets and figure that out.
That does happen other places in our community, like in Breckenridge, Carter Park.
How do they run it?
Though I know that those courts are shared with pickleball players and tennis players, and I know that there's a pretty great divide between those 2 sports.
Yeah.
But again, our goal is to meet the needs of our whole constituency, not just the ones that are participating tonight in public comment.
Because I'm sorry, Elizabeth, I really am ignorant of how they do that then. So let's say they have a multi-sport court. It's got 2 little basketball hoops at the end. It's got tennis and it's got a net. It's got the two net poles, which you don't want to run into if you're trying to play basketball. How do they work that? Do they have staff out there? Do they reserve the courts and then staff goes and changes it out?
This would be a question for our professionals as to if that is something.
I didn't know
that
if you
is
knew that.
feasible.
I didn't know if you knew.
I don't know exactly how. I know that pickleball and tennis probably interface a little bit easier than basketball and tennis.
Right,
would.
yeah. Maybe I misunderstood.
It's because the pickleball net, they're portable.
Well,
You can
use
use those.
the tennis, stays, the tennis.
The
net
tennis
stays,
net
and they're
stays
using
on
it
the
every
playground.
half. Yeah, they're using it.
2 games that are used on that court, or,
Those are the only 2 games that are used on the middle school court.
The nets stay up.
The nets
and it's
stay
not
up.
Good to release those nets a lot, you lose your tension.
Yeah.
The pickleball and tennis work well together because pickleball can be played on the half court.
So in the middle school, we have 4
Yeah.
or even more pickleball nets that you roll out for a half court tennis, on half court tennis, and the net stays there. And that's the way that is.
Is tennis available at the middle school?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, actually, the town maintains the middle school tennis courts. There are 4 courts there. And there are, I think, 8 pickleball nets there. And they roll to the side. Yep, yeah.
Are those available to resident use throughout the day, or is that something that's also closed off when the school is open?
Pretty sure it's open all day.
I used to go to the middle school a lot, and you'd see people there during the day all the time. Oh my God.
Okay. Yeah, please.
A question, you can tell me if you guys have thought about this and it's completely not feasible or silly. But if we were to take the tennis courts and have just one tennis court flipped in the opposite direction on the north side, and then a basketball court far on the south side, so it's away from the backyards and away from tennis. Is that at all possible?
Well, for the court layout, it's better for it to be in that north-south orientation for sun glare. So spatially, yes, it's possible, but for playability, that's definitely less desirable, because then you're either gonna have, you know, the rising sun or the setting sun, and you're gonna have a disadvantaged side.
Gotcha.
I also want to assert, I don't necessarily want to give opinions because I'm a resident of Summit Farm, but Trent Park Extension, I live in Willowbrook, is a tennis basketball court.
Do you know how it's managed?
They
How they manage those complications?
bins and they put basketballs out, they put gear out, it's totally.
How do they
accessible.
manage like the net? That's my concern.
I think stays up. So it's basically two pole within a fenced area.
So do the basketball,
Basketball, it's almost like there's, if this is this half, there's a hoop. Two on this and then one here. So you could play a game across, but you could also have,
I see what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
and they're different height hoops, so they generally keep one set for upper elementary, middle school, one for high school age, and one full size.
Thanks for sharing that. I'm gonna go
Yeah.
check it out and
Agreed.
see. It's a field trip. I'm gonna go check that out because I'm just curious about how everybody can get what they want.
Yeah, and I think talking to Silverthorne Parks and Rec is probably better than me for.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have anything they'd like to discuss? Because actually, per our legal advice, I would entertain a motion to table this until the next meeting, which is the 26th, 27th. Thank
For a
you.
full decision.
For direction on this decision.
The last thing I'd like to say is that I really appreciate everyone who came out tonight. Since I've been on council, this is absolutely the most public comment we've ever got. I appreciate you guys being here. I do just want to share my personal insight as well as somebody who participates in local politics, that I work full-time, 40 hours a week during the day. I also work 5 nights a week at a restaurant. And that means every other week, one of my only 2 nights off I spend here in these council chambers. And there's a lot of folks in our community that live that very same lifestyle. And I really appreciate that you guys are able to participate and come here, but a lot of folks are not able to do that. So we hear you loud and clear, but there's a lot of other folks that we have been elected to represent. I've been appointed, I shouldn't say elected, but that we represent. So we hear you loud and clear, but I think we're trying to make a decision that represents our whole community. Not necessarily those who were able to come out tonight. So I really appreciate y'all being here, but I think there's a lot of other voices that are heard that, you know, have submitted public comment online or maybe aren't able to be here tonight. So.
Please, Katie.
I just want to let you know that there is no guarantee we'll be able to have the consultants here next council meeting.
Sure.
We'll have to look at their schedules, which obviously they balance a lot of work. And also we have to look at just internally how to extend their contract time, money to, if we want them to attend an extra meeting we have planned. So no problems doing it. We'll definitely have full staff. I just want to give you a heads up. We can't say for certain that you're gonna see Margaret and Lynette here. So
That's fair.
we can work it out great, but just to put that up.
Yeah, I think we really have all of the information that, except for the actual numbers that.
Would it help, that we look at the other, you know, the courts are the confrontational thing, that's the top one. Would it help that we look at the other ones and give you feedback on the other four that aren't so controversial, or we just want to skip everything?
Yeah,
You know,
like
that's
working approach, level of wetland disturbance, neighborhood sensitivity. Would narrow the discussion for the next time you run.
If you want.
Would you prefer that way? I mean, we could do that.
That's fine. If you want to fill out your matrix, put your name on it.
we'll make it a public document.
Yeah.
and-
I'm easier than halfway through their notes. Presume.
You can just go through them if you don't want to see it.
May I ask you a quick question about the grant?
Is that,
You could get it to staff afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah. The council doesn't have the details of the grant, staff does.
Oh.
There. So, how about let's have a decision amongst the 6 here if we.
Consensus direction. It's not a decision.
Consensus direction on whether or not we want to answer these without the tennis courts right at this moment. Or do we want to table the entire thing until the next meeting? Or do you want to, what else would you guys want to do?
Table it. 'Cause I filled it out, but I'm not quite, I still got some research to do.
Okay,
Or wait, what do you guys think?
Well, I
well,
think.
that's your input, that's fair, you
Yeah, I
know.
think, because, I just laid out kind of the things I'm weighing in my mind. And that's just to be upfront and honest about the things I'm weighing in my mind. I like to think I never make a decision about something that's gonna come before us. I never solidify that decision until the day that I need to solidify that decision, so I'm always open. So anyone in this room who, I'd like to echo what Andy said. I think if we table it just completely, is that what you're saying, Elizabeth?
Yeah, like.
I think it also gives the public, I'm sorry, it really gives the public time to also, since you've heard what the council members have said, to interact with us and give us input maybe we're not thinking about. You know?
And I think it would be beneficial for at our next meeting to try and meet any grant deadlines to have potentially a third concept. We have concept A, concept B, potentially a third concept that blends everything we've discussed together and see if we can come to a decision with a third concept. Because there are deadlines here.
Yeah, there are deadlines. You're right.
Within that concept, I say no half court, I say full court is what a basketball court's gotta be. A half court basketball court is.
And I mean, I think it's appropriate that that third concept could be, let's look at what Silverthorne's doing. Let's see if that's possible. If there's a divider in the middle of those 2 courts and one is strictly tennis and the other is tennis / multi-use. Maybe that, and I don't know if that's possible in the next 2 weeks. But before our next council meeting, because I think it is important that if we want to make use of this grant, we need to make a decision by the end of the month, it sounds like.
We do. And so then again, our cards are on the table out front. Feel free to grab our cards. I can't speak for anybody else, but feel free to message or email me. And I will take the time to meet with you guys before this next meeting, although I'm gone next week. But it would have to be within the time I have available that way. So with that, then I would entertain a motion to table this item till the next meeting, if somebody wants to make a
Mr.
motion.
Mayor,
Pro tem.
Pro tem,
Thank you.
move that we table this Pioneer Park item.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Stacy, could you please call the item? Thank you, everybody, for showing up.
Yes.
Not at the moment, please. Thank you.
Yes.
Gibby,
Yes.
Goldstein, Held,
Yes.
Scripture Adrian,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
and Incan is absent.
Thank you. You could talk to Tom there. Our town manager. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. It really does make a difference, because if you weren't here, we most likely would have made a decision that everybody might have not liked.
At 10 o'clock, 10:30.
Let's get a couple minutes.
Like, you have the whole transition.
We'll take a couple minutes.
It's gonna take too long. Let me have clean up the dinner and maybe back, but I'm.
Oh, no, I.
That doesn't mean my decision says that you're going to.
And it was always, like, I had to say that I did.
You gave me good reason to say we should take it.
That case was out of the Colorado Supreme Court that came out of the town of Marble. It was almost the same fact pattern. The town council was discussing whether they were going to pay to place a big block of marble in the town park. As a commemorative to the town.
Right.
It got to be a subject of great debate in the public. I mean, people were showing up meeting after meeting. And they had agendized it as a discussion item, and then they took action on it. They got sued, and the Supreme Court said, you know what? You didn't properly agendize on it. It's not a proper decision.
That went to the.
Do it again.
Supreme Court.
Yeah. A block of marble. It's like you all got marbles in your head.
I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I'm assuming your operation.
No, you are not at all.
Do they even have anyone contract? I mean, they're not, you know.
It's a pretty fine. I mean, okay, really that picky about how we agendize our.
Well, I knew that.
Say we're discussing and affecting actions with point of action. I mean, it surprised us a little. Not more from.
There's a
They have all the information electronically, so.
Yeah, I know.
And these kind of things, they're awesome.
Oh, dude.
And
I had to bite my tongue too, because I wanted to.
Well, you're more experienced and wiser than Scott.
I think, I don't know. Some people really, if you have nothing nice to say, they always tell me, then just don't say anything at
I
all.
saw that. It was cranking that wheel right off. People will argue over a piece of marble going into the park.
In the town.
Anytime.
Did they care about what kind of marble or color marble it was, or?
I don't even remember why it became such a dispute. If it was thought to be a waste of space or a waste of money.
Yeah.
I just don't.
I'm guessing that part of the world, waste of money probably
yeah.
is the thing.
Right. Yes.
Well, it's what he was referencing about putting a discussion item on a regular meeting.
Oh, yeah.
But not, clearly not making a decision, because if you vote on something, they can challenge that.
Yeah. No, but what was the marble?
Oh,
It's marble.
The Supreme Court decided a case based on a town of marble issue.
Okay, yeah.
Which was whether the town council wanted it as a discussion. Okay. So it got challenged.
And that was.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But also, I think you're.
It is small and diligent.
They had a quorum, obviously.
Yeah.
It is.
No conflict. That's a horrible question.
I think you did great.
All right, then.
Many people are
It
marble.
was fun.
I don't know if you got any points tonight. I don't know.
I mean, the first of a council meeting. Exactly. If you don't want me here, if you don't think I'm doing good, then vote me out.
When people have to say, yeah, when people have to make.
Approval.
Pioneer Park. I'm sorry, discussion of.
Right. It's not only you.
Yeah, I'd like to say,
Pioneer
well, I
Park
would have worked for Exxon Mobil in the
and
background.
potential approval of the.
Okay, Stacy, are we good? We're good?
Well,
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, righty then.
Go
So
ahead.
we shall move on to agenda item number 2. Resolution 26-06, authorizing the adoption of Town of Frisco financial policies. Hereby open the public hearing and we'll turn it over to staff. I guess that's Leslie. Thank you, Leslie.
We're good, Les.
I think the public is waiting outside the door for this one.
Well, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. This resolution brings forward our annual update to the town's financial policies. This year, the updates are really focused on providing some clarity in certain areas related to the purchasing card policy. We've added a direct reference to the federal Government Services Administration website related to meal and per diem rates, providing employees with a clear and consistent source of guidance when traveling on town business. And we've also added some language clarifying mileage reimbursement, also related to employees traveling on town business and using their personal vehicles. And we've tied those reimbursement rates directly to the Internal Revenue Service or IRS code, including a reference to the website. So the point of these updates is to reduce ambiguity, to improve consistency, and have no expected financial impacts to the town of Frisco. So therefore, staff recommends the approval of Resolution 2606 to formally adopt these updated financial policies.
Second.
Do we have any questions for Leslie? We have no questions. I will open it up for public comment. Is there any public comment? Not in chambers? Is there any public comment online? Thank you. We will close public comment on this and open up for council discussion or entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I propose a motion to vote on resolution to pass resolution 26-06.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can you please call the vote?
Deacon is absent. Allen,
Yes.
Gibby.
Yep.
Goldstein.
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Scripcheck Adrian,
Yes.
and Ryan.
Yes.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you, Leslie.
Thanks for staying.
Yeah, thanks for staying, and I think you're staying for more here. So moving on to agenda item number 3, the first reading of ordinance 26-02, an ordinance amending Chapter 160 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco, Colorado concerning taxation by amending sections 160-1.1 concerning definitions related to the town's sales tax and 160-8.9 concerning transactions and items subject to tax. I will open up the public hearing and turn it over to Leslie.
This ordinance before you is basically a housekeeping item related to the town's sales tax code. In 2023, the town adopted some standardized sales tax definitions that were included in a model tax code from the Colorado Municipal League. There was language inadvertently included that added paid television and entertainment services to the list of taxable items, and this was not an intentional policy change by the town. This is really referring to what you may know as pay-per-view television. This is a service that you pay for that is never downloaded to your television or to your device at any time. This oversight was recently identified by a tax attorney who let us know about it. Importantly, the staff does not believe that taxpayer practices have changed during the time that this language existed in the code. So this ordinance simply removes that language to ensure that the code accurately reflects the town's longstanding policies, and it's not expected to impact any sales tax revenues and does not represent a change in tax policy. So therefore, staff recommends approval on the first reading of this ordinance 26-02.
Very good. Any questions for Leslie? Negative. We'll open it up for public comment. There's nobody in chambers. Anybody online? Nobody online. We'll close public comment. And if we don't have anything more to discuss, we would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve ordinance 26-02.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. Please call the vote. Stacy.
Yes.
Deacon is absent. Allen,
Yes.
Gibby.
Yes.
Goldstein. Held,
Yes.
and Scripcheck Adrian.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has passed. Thank you, Leslie. Very good. And with that, we will entertain a motion to enter executive session.
Mr. Mayor, I move we enter executive session.
You've got to read the entirety of that motion.
Oh, okay. You want to
Yeah,
read that?
yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move to enter an executive session pursuant to section 24-6-402 4B CRS to receive legal advice on specific legal questions related to: one, litigation known as Town of Frisco versus MW Golden Constructors et al. And two, the town's notice and order for abatement concerning certain real property known as condos off Main and pursuant to section 24-6-402 4E CRS to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation and to instruct negotiators in preparation for mediation and settlement negotiations in said litigation.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Thank you, Mr. Gibby. We have a second. Please call the vote.
Skipjack Adrian,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Ethan absent, Alan,
Yes.
Kibby,
Yes.
Goldstein, Held,
Yes.
and I'll just need 2 minutes to switch over.
Yeah, thanks to enter executive session.
Be an aneurysm, I don't know.
That, I'll tell you what, I mean, like, pay parking at the marina was probably the other, I was like, big issue.
And the meeting for all. Sorry, we're.